Harvard, it's a fact that they were not having the same test standards as their white counterparts.
Still doesn't matter. The kid has to get through, the classes, do the tests, do all the research.
Well, they actually drop out at a greater rate too. But the point being is, the idea that they were there, number one, took a spot from an otherwise qualified individual that might be white. And they were not there on the same merits. So what we want is the same rules for everybody.
You're making the assumption that they're not qualified in order to get in. In order to even get there,
It's not the assumption, but it's the data. So for example, it's literally at Harvard, you had kids with perfect SAT scores, perfect ACT scores that were white.
So that makes a degree from Harvard worthless then.
Well, you're exactly right. Yeah, actually, Harvard's degree is becoming more worthless because it's more race-based than merit-based. You're exactly right.
Okay, now, we talked enough about that. Okay, so in the past, you said you made statements about black privilege, so can you point out to me what it is?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's easier for a black person to get into college than a white person. You get with lower test scores. It's called affirmative action.
Okay, so that's been so college admissions, affirmative action for college admissions has been struck down.
Thank you. Yeah.
So,
I'll give you another example. What percentage of TV commercials have black people versus white people?
I'm not sure about that, but
About
white
40,
people are also in commercials.
About 40. No, this is important. About 40 to 50% of all network TV commercials have a person of color right now. What percentage of America is a person of color?
At least black people are about 13%.
Yeah, so 13% of the population, nearly half of all the TV commercials.
White people still in the commercials?
Yes, but underrepresented as proportional though. The point being, I can give you another example. Easier to get corporate jobs. There are entire departments that are dedicated to just try and expand racial quotas.
You know, what would be willing to fix this from the beginning had you not have, all the, so why do we have DI in the first place? Because this is the problem that creates. So why was DI necessary in the first place? Or people, or at least the government thought it was necessary in the first place.
Why do I think that it would?
No, why would the government?
You want my well-intentioned explanation or the?
Right, whatever you got.
I mean, DEI was obviously about trying to destroy the excellence of the country and elevate racial tribal politics.
Okay, so if you don't have the racism, right, and then you'll need that program. So you eradicate racism, and that eliminates the need for any kind of program.
No, but if you have excellence, you're going to find the
that
best.
tries to take people and put them in place because they're minorities.
You want the best in everything. So let me just ask a final question, okay? If you were about to board a United Airlines flight from Tallahassee to Atlanta, and you find out the airline pilot says, "Hey everybody, I'm a pilot. I was hired because of diversity. Let's have a great flight." Would that make you feel good or not so good?
No, but I know he's still got to be qualified in order to fly that aircraft.
But he said, "I was hired because of diversity," and you're like,
Still got to meet the standards in order to get in the cockpit.
well, again, we know because air traffic controllers and many others, they relax those standards. When you have a surgeon,
You're saying that, but look, you're not. It does not make sense. It's irresponsible. Not only to say that, but to actually put unqualified people in risk lives.
but we know that's actually happening every day, and that's why it doesn't make sense. But racial quotas end up mattering more than excellence. When I go in for surgery, I want my surgeon to be the best surgeon. And here's where we can agree.
With that?
We want a merit-based society, not a race-based society.
I say we should have started that way from the beginning, but at any rate, then the last thing, I don't know what Mike, but I'll just say this last thing. So you talked about, black fathers, absentee and all this other stuff and everything else. I actually agree. Okay, more fathers in the home and everything else, that's wonderful stuff. The thing is that you also said, and I'm looking at some of your stuff previous, that there's a system in place that actually incentivizes women to make babies without the husband.
It's a great society.
Take that away. And then this problem essentially goes away.
I agree.
Now, I would ask this question also. What percent of black men do you think are abandoning their homes right now?
Well, we know that. It's actually 60 to 70%.
Okay, then you'd actually be wrong because, the CDC actually submitted a report in 2023 that says 54% of black men don't even have children.
But that's
54%.
those are two different numbers, man. I'm talking about those that impregnate.
Okay. Well, most black men are actually producing children within the construct of marriage.
I'm talking about just the kids.
So you're saying black men are getting married and then leaving their
They're not
families?
getting married. That's the problem. What I'm saying is the data. I'm saying 2 out of 3 black men impregnate women and don't stay with them.
Sir, I'm telling you that 54% of black men, according to the CDC study 2023 National Health Statistics Report, literally says that 54% don't even have children.
I know that's a complete different stat. Everyone knows what I'm saying and not what you're saying. That's a complete different. So what I'm saying is that if you have a black child, which obviously exists for some reason, right? Somebody did something to make that black baby.
Okay.
2 out of 3 times, the dad will not be around. Fact, done.
All right.
Yeah, it's only out of, thank you, the statistics are actually out of only
So
those who have kids.
you got black men who are married also. They're not abandoning their children and families at high rates.
But That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the vast majority of black babies are born out of wedlock with abandoned fathers.
Okay, so let's do this. Now, if that's bad for black
It's bad for all. It's bad for everyone.
so then shouldn't that be your main line there?
It is actually. Everywhere I go, I talk
No,
about
when you
that.
do it, you kind of focus on black men as if somehow we're the only ones that, that's part of that problem.
Well, no, it is a black men abandonment issue, of course. I mean, would you agree that's probably the biggest issue facing Black America is lack of dads?
That's one of the issues.
Okay, what is the biggest issue?
I don't know, I haven't kind of thought
That's
about
fine.
that.
I want you to think about it over the next couple of days. We as conservatives believe
Because we got a lot of problems.
the breakdown of family, we believe, is the original sin of what's happening. We think that truth transcends colors.
Yeah.
It's true for white people, black people, Asians, Hispanics. Final thought.
Okay, fine, good question. Good conversation. That's just, my thing is, when I hear you talk about it, it seems like you're framing it improperly. And then people are here saying that I'm doing it improperly, but, I'm a black man in America. I
That's
know
okay.
something
I'm
about
just
this.
offering you grace. I'm not saying that your number is wrong. Just saying that it's a statistic that wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was saying. So thank you very much. I
All right.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Hello. Nice to meet you.
Hello, Charlie. My name is Nick. Thank you for coming to this campus. I mean, I'm not a big fan of you, but all right. So basically, I'm just here to sort of like I disagree with what you say about Ukraine. I mean, I'll say this from the get-go. I agree with what you say. Like, we shouldn't send hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine every year, especially blindly, because like, yeah, I agree. Like, we gotta know where that money's going, making sure it's not being used for corruption and whatnot. But I do question like, sorry, I lost my point. I do question like, what do you think of like Ukraine, and do you think like we should provide some military support?
No, and the war.
Well, basically, I understand like we should end the war. I agree with you on that. But since Ukraine isn't out,
we should be friendly with Russia to ensure they no longer do military incursions. Russia should not be an enemy. They should be a soft ally like they were during World War II, and we should work with Russia to go against our true enemy, which is the Chinese Communist
well, do you
Party.
think Russia actually wants to be friends with us?
Yes, absolutely.
I
Without a doubt.
No, I doubt that they don't want to be friends with us.
Russia does not need or want more enemies. They wanted to join NATO actually 20 years ago, and we told them not. This idea that we should hate Russia is insane and is an antiquated idea. I don't like Russia. They're not a free society. They don't have great ideas like we do. But there's a lot about Russia that is actually okay and it's value neutral. It's an unnecessary enemy.
What's really good about Russia though? Because the thing
The
is, Putin
women?
has
A couple
political-
things.
How about the
one thing
women?
in particular is that they have very strict immigration into their country. It's very hard to immigrate into Russia. Number two is that
So does China.
That's right, exactly. Sometimes bad countries can do things that we like. That's right. Also, in Russia, they value family formation. They try to pay people to have children and try to have more kids. They also,
Again, so is China. China's doing the same thing.
correct, yes. And Hitler also had a dog. What's your point? Yes, at times, bad people can do things that are, okay, fine, or value neutral. Also, Russia does not put up with transgenderism with their kids. Like, you will go to jail if you do a drag queen story hour in front of kids in Russia. They don't
China doesn't like that either. Now, I don't know if China imprisons people
However,
for
I
doing
just,
this,
but
right?
Russia has not hurt anybody in this audience. China almost assuredly has.
I understand.
How has Russia impacted a single American in this audience?
Russia has been very antagonistic.
Okay, they
towards-
said bad things. What have they done?
They've attacked our allies in Syria.
Not really. Syria's not an ally. So it's like that's a real
What
reach.
the hell
point
is
being
he
is we've been told to hate Russia. I don't like Russia. I think they should be an ally to go up against the Chinese Communist Party. I can tell you're well intentioned. I don't want to keep you here too long. Thank you.
I understand. Like I'm
Yeah,
not
thank
trying to pick on you.
you.
Yeah, I understand. Like I'm here in good faith. Even
I
though
know.
I don't like you, but I am happy to have a discussion with you.
All right.
Even if we disagree, I'll think about what you said. I may not agree with it, but
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Hey Charlie,
You got it? Got it. Yes, sir. Yeah.
are you as a first generation American and young daughter,
What country?
Brazil, what can you give me like insight? I'm not really wrapped into like political like of America right now. Can you give me something I should look for in the next 4 years that I can focus to make political beliefs off of what's going on?
Yeah, find out what you believe and why you believe it. Ask the question always, what is going to be the best for the country and your livelihood and your generation. And also understand the historic time you're living through, from what Doge is doing, from what Trump is doing with the border. I mean, one thing in particular, you and I both don't want mass illegal migration into a country. The last couple of days of Joe Biden's administration, we had 10,000, 11,000, and 13,000 people crossing the border a day. It's now down to 150 people a day under President Donald Trump. From 10,000 to 150 people a day. It's incredible. So stuff like that, you know, stay aware, understand, ask critical questions, and always pursue the truth.
Thank you so much, man.
Appreciate it. You want a hat? Great. Thanks, man. You want red? Okay. Thank you. Sweden. Are you Swedish?
A little bit, but you know,
Okay.
it's some kind
It's
of
a very Swedish outfit, yeah.
right. So I have a question, and I think you're a very articulate guy, so you're the best person for the job. I consider myself a conservative, but as a young person, I'm worried about the rise of the dissident right. I would say people who identify with white nationalism, people who identify with groups like the North Political Worker League, headed by Ratman Supreme, and people like that. And I'm wondering, you know, as a very articulate person, as a very educated person, what do you have to say to people like that, and where do you think that they're going wrong?
Well, first of all, I mean, I don't want to generalize, but I think number one, we have to understand why these groups are growing, because there is a war on white men in this country, and it's been explicit, and it has been happening, and so therefore you get a response of political groups in response to that. But my contention is this: is that our values must be those that can apply to all of humanity. It's a Christian ideal. Neither slave nor Greek nor Jew. We are all one in Christ Jesus.
Agreed.
And that racial superiority from the left or the right is not what we believe in. But however, I think it does us good to ask, where is this movement coming from, so that we can better understand and seek to bring them back to core American values.
Right. And where do you think this movement is coming from?
I think it stems out of a reaction to anti-white hate.
Right.
So I think there's so much anti-white racism in this country, and it kind of gets fomented, and they are a counterbalance to that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Where do I step out?
I'm not sure. All right. Yes. If you guys can find disagreements, that would be lovely. Yes, ma'am.
So I was not planning on talking, so I'm giving you that warning. But so recently the government did a federal freeze on the climate change and the Department of Agriculture. I feel like everybody can agree that farming is a really critical industry, and they've been cutting funds, pausing research on soil research and conservation research, and I just wanted to know how you think that's benefiting the American people.
Yeah, I mean, have the private sector do it. The government doesn't necessarily need to do it. That's our perspective. That not everything that's a good idea does government need to fund. That's our perspective.
So they currently owe Iowa Midwest farmers $11 million for conservation work they've done.
Well, if there's money owed, that should be paid, for sure. We agree. If a promise was made, a promise should be kept. But future promises and future funding is a completely different issue. But if somebody is owed money for work they did, they should be paid.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Charlie Kerry. I would like to debate you on your claim that democracy is not an American value.
Okay. It's a very technical argument, but yes.
Okay, well, I say it is an American value because it's established in our Constitution, and it creates elections in Article 1, Section 2 of our Constitution for Congress, and we're a democracy. We have democratic values.
Again, this is a semantic argument, but an important one. And so where does the word democracy appear in the Constitution?
Its definition appears in the Constitution.
But the word does not.
Why does that matter?
Well, as I say, it's a semantic argument. So therefore, in the Federalist Papers, which I'm guessing you are familiar with, right? Madison, Hamilton, and Jay wrote it as an explainer of the Constitution. When was democracy mentioned, and how was it presented?
It's mentioned in our Constitution.
Well, it's not, though. The word is not. So what you're talking about is representative government, which of course we know. However, democracy is something completely different. Democracy, as was talked about in the Federalist Papers, was talked very negatively. Our own founders spoke negatively about democracy in our Federalist Papers. The authors of the Constitution went negative. And I say, but Charlie, we have elections. Of course we do. So what is the difference between democracy and a constitutional republic? There are big differences. In a democracy, the majority always wins with almost no breaks and no slowdowns of a check and balance system to protect freedoms and liberties. In a constitutional republic, the government starts with certain truth claims that are transcendent and irrefutable. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. The government is here to promote the general welfare, things of this nature. A democracy does not usually have the same kind of separation of powers. A true, actual democracy.
Yeah,
No.
we're not a pure democracy.
Right, but the word itself is not in any of our founding documents, and it was actually talked about negatively.
But the idea that we're not a democracy is ridiculous.
We're not.
We still vote. We
But
vote.
that's not the actual, like I said, that's representative government. It's a constitutional republic.
And-
You're thinking way too simple about this. You gotta go deeper.
And
And
you
I'm
said-
not trying to pick on you. I'm just saying you gotta broaden your horizon. Not every place that has elections is a democracy.
Right, but you also claim that democracy is a majority rule.
Correct.
Do the presidents and do our politicians not have to win a majority amount of votes
No,
to
they actually don't.
Shut up,
They
man.
they have to win a plurality of the electoral
the
college.
electoral college? But that's a
not
majority of
No, actually, it's not. Think about it. You're actually not voting. You're voting for people to vote for you in the electoral college. You're actually
That's
voting
still
for.
right.
No, that's different. That is a Republican. Hold on. A democracy is that you yourself would vote and there's nothing in the middle. A small r Republican form of government is you vote for people to vote for you. That's what you do in the House, the Senate, and the Electoral College. You actually aren't voting yourself. You're voting for people to go vote for you. The Electoral College gathers and then go cast a vote on your behalf. That's actually not you voting.
But that describes a representation, like representatives.
Of course, we agree on representative.
Right, and
That's
we
not a
elect
democracy.
and we elect these representatives through democracy.
No, again, this is semantics. I encourage you to do more research, man. I don't want to like belabor this.
It's
What-
the Constitution. Like, I don't
Do
understand.
you know what a republic is?
Yes.
Okay, tell me the difference between a republic and a democracy.
So in a republic, you have representatives, and I'm not saying that we aren't both a republic and a democracy. In a democracy, we elect our leaders. In a republic, we elect representatives. So we vote for the representatives.
Yeah, so we're a republic. In a democracy, for example,
But we vote.
let me tell you what a democracy looks like. They'd say, hey, today we're going to have an up or down vote on universal health care, go to the ballot box. That's what democracy, you vote, every person will vote on every single issue in a democracy. A lot of ballot referendums, a lot of things of that nature. Now, states can look more that way. I don't want to belabor this too much. I encourage you to just do more reading
But it's
and,
an
and
amendment.
go ask Grok, what did the founding fathers believe? Go to Grok and say, what did the founding fathers say about democracy in the Federalist Papers, and did the word democracy appear in the Constitution?
That doesn't matter if democracy is specifically.
But okay, so then let me ask you, what is democracy? Define it.
Democracy is a system of government that's ran by elected leaders.
That's not the definition of democracy. It isn't. Thank you very much.
It's literally right here. The online definition is a system of government by the whole population for
The
all
whole
the eligible-
population. Exactly. I am right. That's not what we have. We delegate our authority to elected leaders.
And they still have to have a majority.
Well,
You still
actually,
need a
they-
majority of Congress to vote on a bill.
No, they don't. We have pluralities. We also need actually 61% of the vote. In a Republican style of government, things are slower. They are arduous, and you have natural rights that are enshrined that the majority of people cannot overturn. Thank you very much. I'm not going to keep on going this way.
Mutually exclusive.
They are actually at odds with one another. Again, this is not a civics course. You got to go do more research.
This isn't about civics.
You
this
have-
is just basic. This is
Again, how about this? Go take 5 minutes, come back and show me where the word democracy is in the Constitution. You can't find it because it doesn't exist. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
You can't
Yes,
find
you
it
can have
because
this
it
hat for
doesn't
him.
exist.
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Kirk, for letting me speak. So I have a question. So Trump promised before he was inaugurated that there would be all hell to pay if the hostages that are being held by Hamas were not released. What is your opinion on them not being still released?
Well, unfortunately, some of them came back as dead babies and dead hostages, and so I wouldn't be surprised if Israel goes back into Gaza sometime soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
That was a very simple question. Thank you. All right. Yes.
Simple question for a simple woman.
Yep.
Hey, good afternoon, sir. How are you doing today? Hey, my name is James. My question is very simple, sir. Trump's tariffs. He's posted the idea that Trump's tariffs could potentially replace federal income. Now, prior to 1913, this was actually the deal. Federal income tax used to be unconstitutional and illegal. Do you believe that Trump's tariffs can replace federal income tax?
It's very ambitious. I would love to see it, but it's unlikely to happen in the short term, but it would be terrific.
All right. Well, let's just keep it simple. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, you gotta have it. It's simple. All right. And are there any libs at FSU? And where are they? They don't want to get to the mic. Come on. Come on. They're scared? Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I have a question. So I know that you think that like abortion is not something that should be
no,
allowed.
one
I
of
was
these.
wondering if you think there's any time where it should be okay, like if the mother's gonna die, or if there's a rape or something like that.
That's all they
So
ever
not in rape, we
say.
can talk about that. If
Always
abortion
say
is the only medical option if a mother's life is to be saved, yes. However, most times where they say abortion is necessary, an OBGYN will disregard a cesarean section. That very well might also be an alternative. So almost 90% of the time, not all the time, when a mother's life is in jeopardy, it's post 22 to 24 weeks. And that at that moment, you're right near viability, and the baby can then survive outside of the womb, which then a cesarean section instead of an abortion should at least be attempted. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk more about it if you'd like. So.
No, I'm just wondering what you think about it. But and about the rape thing, do you think if someone gets raped, they should be able to get an abortion?
Well, should be able to enter. I believe that universal human rights apply regardless of the method of conception. And let me give everyone my thought process when I think about this. Number one, somebody in this audience was conceived and raped. Do you know who? I don't either, because it's still a human being. You get human rights regardless of how horrific your method of conception was. Number two, if I had an ultrasound here of a baby conceived and raped, or an ultrasound here of a baby in a loving marriage, can you tell which one is which? No. They're still human beings that we believe deserve human rights. So I believe, no, that abortion should not be allowed in any of those circumstances because the baby's life matters equally as much.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. You want a hat? You guys are so patient. You want a hat? You want a red one? All right. Throw the white one in the crowd. These hats are popular, I'll tell you. Yes. Next question.
Sorry. Hello, Mr. Cook. It's a great presence. It's a great. Sorry, I'm trying to correct myself. It's a great time to see you be in your presence, Mr. Cook. My question is, do the U.S. have a moral right to defend Taiwan from Chinese invasion, or that's a gamble of like World War III?
It's a tough question. What do you think?
I always say no because I don't want to sacrifice millions of lives, like from Chinese or any Asian countries that are ready to fight with the U.S. in this war.
It's a really tough one. I actually, it's one of the few topics I was thinking yesterday. I don't know.
Oh, really?
I am willing to be open-minded. Because on one side, we don't want to see the Chinese Communist Party take over the sovereign country of Taiwan. Another one is the last thing we need is another Ukraine-Russian conflict where we're pumping a bunch of money into another place that isn't America. It's a very difficult question, but a good one. Thank you, sir.
I want to say,
Yes.
I want to say thank you so much for being here in FSU, and I would say you'll be a great presidential, either for 2028 or 2032. But either way, you got my vote, sir. You got my vote.
Thank you. It's all about JD Vance.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah, do we have any more? That's it. This is my last hat. So. All right, y'all shake hands. We'll do a couple more, guys.
Step back.
Yeah, I'll sign. Okay. Go find some disagreements, guys. I'm happy to see this many conservatives at FSU, though. It's amazing. Yes, ma'am.
You ready? Charlie. Hey, I'm not a disagreeer, and I wasn't even planning on speaking, but I had to say something about the girl that was just asking about rape. And I hope everyone is listening, especially the ones in the back. And I've never said this publicly, so I'm shaking like a leaf. I was raped when I was 17. It was 1988. Everybody I knew told me to get rid of it. I had my baby. I'm sorry. I had my baby, and he was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. Oh, God. And I just wanted to say there's other options, and I'm telling you, in '89 there were not many options. But it is. I was shunned by people in my church. I was shunned by family and friends, and I still had it in me. God put it in me. You're having this baby, and so no, abortion is not the answer at all.
What is your message to a young lady right now watching on TikTok or Instagram that might think that abortion is the only option?
No, reach out for help. There's so many more options. My son's 35, for God's sakes. And there's so much more help out there. Go to your local church. Go to, there are plenty
The
of...
pregnancy crisis centers in your local
Yes, there's
neighborhood.
2 of them here in
Right.
Tallahassee.
So your son, who's now 35,
Yes,
I'm sure is living a great life and
Yes.
doing good.
yes.
Talk about what your life would be if you would have had that abortion.
I probably wouldn't be here. Because I was doing some stupid crap, but I was raped, and I conceived him during that rape, and he knows that. He's known it his whole life. His biological father has nothing to do with him. He has nothing to do with him. I married the most wonderful man when he was 11. We got married. We had another child, so he has a sister, and that completed my family. But never once in my mind did it occur to me to kill him. Never. And
Praise the Lord. Thank you for saying that.
Thank you.
And God bless you for that testimony.
Thank you.
Because every human being is made in the image of God.
Yes,
Every single
absolutely.
human being. God bless you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Wonderful.
I don't know about all of that.
I'm actually a big fan, but I do have a question. I know you support like Trump's tariffs and all that, and the 25% tariffs he's done like with Canada and Mexico on like our metal imports and exports. Like I've just been reading about how it's actually not a good thing because like it's gonna like harm the automobile industry and just all of that. But like I want to know your take, just because from what I've read like over the past like 2 weeks, it just doesn't seem like it's like a good thing.
Well, as far as the Canada ones actually haven't gone into effect yet. They're largely a negotiating tool to get Canada to come to the table to stop the flow of illegal immigration. Secondly, though, I've done tariffs a couple times today already. 1 second. I would say that tariffs are a forcing function to protect American labor and American workers. That if we want more stuff made here, we need tariffs as a way to try to re-domicile the companies to come here. A lot of what you're reading in the news is companies that are worried they're going to have to open up factories in Tallahassee or Gainesville, Georgia, not Gainesville, Florida, don't worry, or in Louisiana. It's a choice. Do we want more cheap stuff coming in that we don't use and don't value, or would we have less, better stuff made by our fellow countrymen and with it a stronger country? I don't know about you guys. I think we have enough plastic and cheap t-shirts to go around. I actually value better made things that are made, right, by Americans or with more care and with more dexterity than just piles of stuff from Walmart. I think that's the direction the country should go and currently is going. So,
Well, thank you.
thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, I will. Yes, who's up? What is this? Donald Duck.
My backpack is so big. Okay.
Sure, my
Oh,
backpack
hey,
is
what's up,
so
Charlie?
big.
Oh, wow. You got like very blue eyes.
Stomach
I didn't realize. I watched you on camera.
I do not have blue eyes, but that's okay.
Oh, you don't have blue eyes? Sorry, I guess I'm
Do I have
colorblind.
blue eyes?
I don't know.
You're very
Well, they're very
blue
striking.
eyes.
Just wanted to say. I was curious. Would it be all right? I have some people that were asking me if it was all right if I recorded, just because there's a lot of people that were curious about this.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to do some stupid troll and fall on your face, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but okay, yeah, I'm just like okay. So I was talking about this with like
You got like
so
10 seconds,
sorry.
man.
okay. What? Oh, hand down? Oh, not on the mic.
You can record, I don't care.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well.
What's your question?
Yeah. So. Yeah,
When
I
he
don't know.
puts
I
his
guess
hand
that my
right on the
question
mic.
would just generally be like, so
fucking
at the front of
dumbass.
the line, I was like, hey, I want to talk about like LGBT issues and stuff like that. And obviously, I feel very strongly about that stuff. And so I was talking with God, like Owen Girard about this earlier. I say he's my favorite French friend, if you will.
Well,
And
he
I was
said
just
10
I was
seconds.
curious
He's still
because
going on
I know that you're a big
about
fan of free speech, man, and so I just wanted to come here to just like kind of share in that free
What?
speech.
Did he have a question?
And I was just curious.
What's your question?
Christ.
I was curious, Charlie Kirk.
Ask your
Would
damn
you
question.
go on a date with me?
Yeah, next question, thank you. They used to be so, you could tell it because they're so like clumsy and awkward and they actually don't get to the troll. It's so funny the audience forgot to laugh. Next question.
Hello, Mr. Clerk. My name is Jance. And I apologize if one of these has been covered before. It was a little hard to hear. Oh, thank you. So I wanted to know either your thoughts on masculinity and the definition of that, or religious, using religion as the objective morality.
Which one would you like me to
Whatever hasn't been covered as much.
Yeah, the what it means to be a man.
Okay, yeah,
right?
let's talk about it.
To be a man is to have self-control over your fleshly desires and an attitude towards courage and defending those that can't defend themselves, fostering a family towards godly purposes, and picking the fights that the rest of society should not be involved in. That's what men should do.
Understood. So with the godly purposes, do you believe that if a person is not religious, that they are less of a man because of
No,
it?
I don't. But I do say, though, by what standard do we say them good or not so good? So if someone is not religious, that's going to be an internal problem that they'll have to figure out.
Understood.
However, if someone is not religious, we have to look at how they act and how they raise their kids. By what standard? We view that through a Western Christian ethic. And so through the Western Christian ethic, we judge what is a good man and what is not a good man. And the Bible is full of great men and not so great men, right? And even the great men of the Bible made a lot of mistakes, right? The great man of Moses killed somebody. The great man of Abraham sold his wife basically into slavery in Egypt. But they also did a lot of good. The best story for young men right now is Genesis 12 of the Bible, which is basically like get off your tail, leave your father's home, and go on an adventure for God's purpose. And of course, all throughout the scriptures, men in particular are called at this time as the Hebrew word hineni, which means here I am, which is God will call you to a place out of comfort and into duty. We see that with the calling of Isaiah, the calling of Samuel. We see that with Moses. We see that with the calling of Jacob. And so we as men need to be called sometimes to not what we want to do, what we ought to do, which is that word that I love that is being lost in America so much as called duty.
Makes sense. So one more question to that is, do you believe that the modern movement to of feelings and men with feelings and stuff like that makes them any less of a man, or things like therapy
Well,
or whatever?
I mean, of course, we as men must have feelings, but women are more emotional. That is how they are wired. However, here's the issue, is that we as men need to do a job as society and our families and our marriages to always make sure our reason triumphs over feelings. That is largely what the biblical role is, and what made this country so great, is that we must have deep feeling and also deep thinking in our life, both of which. And we're honest, we've had way too much feeling and way too much emotion-centric governing over the last couple of decades, especially the last 10 years, and not nearly enough reason, calculation. And so, look, a man who's in touch with his feelings, fine. However, if that verges on the line of self-indulgent narcissism, and towards what end? And by the way, the number one feeling you should have is adoration for a God that made you. The greatest feeling is you should always petition those things to the Almighty.
And I guess this may be a little off, but for people that have had multiple experiences trying to connect with God, or some sort of higher power in some form, but have not been able to find that, what would that person do you believe?
Well, what you aim at is what you get. The first thing is you got to read the Bible every day. And then finally, if you want to get closer to God, stop doing sinful things. You know, I always laugh. People say, well, I'm not close to God. I was up till 3 a.m. drinking, and they're doing weed all day long and watching pornography and eating whatever I want to eat. The flesh dulls the spirit from getting closer to the Almighty. And so, it's just good life advice. If the flesh dulls your spirit, getting closer to the Almighty. So it's just good life advice. If it makes you feel good in an instant, it's probably bad for you. And a man versus a boy is someone who's able to say no to the things that feel good but aren't good for you over long periods of time. A man versus a boy is someone who's able to have delayed gratification, not go out drinking every night, treat women with honor and respect, stay up late and actually, studying. People are booing, saying not going out and drinking every night. That's fine, but it's like success comes at a certain cost. If you guys want to be average, then you guys can go be the chief executive officer for your local Bud Light club or whatever, right? Instead, if you want to be excellent at something, it means saying no to the flesh, saying no to the things that make you feel good all the time. And our society is highly addicted to pornography, highly addicted to substances, and we wonder why we have the most depressed, anxious, alcohol-addicted generation in history. A lot of these reasons are because of that. So what it means to be a man are a lot of those things, and also standing up against injustice. The most masculine thing you can do is stand up against the injustice and the suffering of others. And this is what bothers me a lot, is that we are called to defend women. We are called to defend women that are being criticized, that are being criminalized, or whatever you can say, especially in our marriage. And then finally, we as men are not called to go sleep with like 100 different women. That's BS. Find one woman for your life as a wife, take her as your wife, and have a family with that person. Monogamy takes effort. There is no skill in being, a polyamorous polygamist. In fact, you'll end up being a very miserable person if that's the case.
That makes sense. I understand your perspective.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Would it be okay?
Yeah, sure. Of course. Thank you. Yep.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kurt. So I had a question about Latin America. I agree with getting rid of the criminals, but I don't agree with, partially. President Trump cut the financial lifeline for the Venezuelans to send up over oil, and Cuba, he restricted travel and business. I feel like that's not really going to get us anywhere. We've had, and 10% of the population is Latins, and since the 1800s, after the Chamber of Commerce, right after the Civil War, is when they started coming in with work visas and staying relatively in the United States and stuff. I think that all these military weapons that we use in the Middle East and everywhere in the world should be used against those leaders in Latin America. Now, I don't want U.S. intervention because, you do something, you expect something back. But that's not up to the United States, that's up to Latin America and them, really standing up for what they believe in and forming a revolution. My ultimate goal is to unite Latin America, one day have unity and peace there. So my point being, with Bukele in El Salvador, we saw Islam and Salvadorians coming into the country. I think reporting is a temporary solution of the problem, because although you're close to what
you're very smart on this topic. What would you say is a permanent solution to the permanent problem?
is the people rising up and forming a constitution.
I agree. So we share that goal. But the deportations are necessary.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I would love to see Latin America engage in self-sovereignty, democratic rule of government, and really understand the values of liberty and freedom.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. All right. Any disagreements, guys? Anyone? I always see the hands of the disagreements, but can we please work them up? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Can we work up this gentleman here and a couple there? Yes. And then I gotta run.
Hey Charlie, it's great to have a chance to speak with you. My name's Joseph. I was just wondering, Trump has been making some pretty bold claims these last couple of weeks. I was wondering, what is your opinion on specifically Trump's plans with Greenland, and are they valid?
I've been asked that already.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, I hope we buy it, and we could do prove me wrong and milk Greenland in July.
So you think the U.S. has, they should just be able to buy any, property they want?
What do you think about Alaska?
I mean, yes, that was true.
Or Hawaii, or Guam, or the Channel Islands, or
Right, but if
Puerto Rico.
Denmark has no intention to sell Greenland, why should we try to, what?
The Russians didn't want to
claim
sell
do we have
Alaska.
to? Right, but they were forced to. Denmark is not really in a position to sell Greenland to us.
Yeah, they are.
How come? In what way?
They don't have a military, and we pay for their military. We keep Europe safe with hundreds of billions of dollars a year.
So because
they'll sell.
So because they're unable to defend themselves, we just have a right to take what they've had since.
We are the stronger country, right?
Right, but
and by the way, just so you know, the people of Greenland hate the Danes, hate them. So they don't even want to be controlled by them. So they actually
like Americans.
A lot more than Danes. I went to Greenland. They loved us. We had crowds like this in downtown Dublin.
Really?
So leave it up to a vote. Let's see what they think. If they want to be sold, we'll buy it.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And the 6th grade matter has to sign my.
I'll sign that. Yes. All right. Disagreements? Anyone? Yes.
Yeah, disagree.
Yeah. Thank you.
How's it going, Charlie?
You've been so polite today. Yes, sir.
First of all, I just want to say, man, I'm excited to see you. I watch your videos all the time. I disagree heavily, and I originally want to come here and maybe troll, but I actually have a genuine question for you. And my question to that is, why is it that you are in strong support of religious values being instilled as American values and protected by the Constitution when our founding fathers kind of tried to stray away from a instillment of a specific religion on the entire country?
Well, I would reject the premise, but let's just kind of ask you what standard do you think we should live by?
Standard in the country?
Just as humanity, what should we say is good or evil, and where should we get that from?
I think that we should have a set amount of values that come from what we as a society kind of create, and that can be contributed by a mix of different religions, perspectives, and opinions, which is why I disagree with someone of a specific religion on the entire country.
So let's just, I'll tell you what I believe. I believe specifically the Ten Commandments is a great place to start. What would you say are rules for life, and where do we get them from, and why should we believe them?
You're asking. Yeah, I mean, so again, like I said, I think that a lot of things we can point to the Bible, we can point to the Ten Commandments, we can point to a lot of these teachings, and we can say, okay, here's a good set of values that we have that are outlined in the Ten Commandments and Bible and stuff like that. But we can also, what that raises the issues of is what that does for the rest of the country. Because if you flip that logic and you apply it to, let's say, values of Islam, values of Hinduism, values of Buddhism,
We weren't founded on those values, though.
correct,
Right.
we're not founded on those values, but also I think that just because we were founded on beneficial values of a specific religion does not mean that we as a country should look to solidify the entire country in religion. And what we're seeing a lot in government is more religious involvement. We're seeing a lot of
Which we should. We should have ton more religious involvement. The reason primarily being is if America goes secular, it will lose its mind.
Would you agree that?
And we're seeing that.
Would you agree with if the president elected was Muslim or had a different religion than you? Would you also?
Well, let's take Vivek. I mean, Vivek has a worldview that I share.
So,
Vivek's a Hindu.
But how would you feel with those values as a whole?
I mean, Vivek is a Hindu, but Vivek would come up here and say the Ten Commandments is one of the greatest moral breakthroughs ever. The point being, and this is what I'm getting at, is that Christianity is the greatest ethic that humanity has ever had to live under. Sorry. Christianity, as we know it, is the greatest moral ethic. And these are things you agree with. You know, love the stranger. You know, help others. Have justice.
Love thy neighbor.
And love thy neighbor as yourself, like Leviticus 19, right? These are beautiful teachings. In fact, they're so beautiful that you think that they're common, when in reality the rest of the world doesn't always have them. Even freedom of speech and natural rights and charity to the lesser, these are all Christian values. So what I'm getting at, though, is if we remove Christian values, which you may or may not be suggesting, what do we replace them with?
I guess my question is more centered around using taxpayer dollars. Well, I guess I can lead with a question. How do you feel about taxpayer dollars using to fund things like Bible teachings in public schools?
Yeah, I totally support that. The Bible is an historical document.
And so my question again is, how would you feel about taxpayer dollars going towards teachings of the Quran?
Well, they actually do that already.
And are you in support of it?
Hold on a second, pause. We do have a religious texts of a lot of public schools. Yes, we should look at all religious texts of great faiths and learn and examine them. You know, okay, what does the Quran say? What does the Bible say? If it's in a public school.
But I think you know what I'm getting, like pointing at.
Sort of, but it's important to understand though that only one of those texts was believed and continued this country moving forward, which of course is the Holy Bible. And the teachings of the Bible were at 55 out of 56 of the signers of the Constitution were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. God is mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence, right? We were an explicitly Christian country. In fact, John Adams said that the Constitution was written wholly for a moral and religious people. It's wholly inadequate for people of any other. I might not convince you on this, but I might convince you on, though, is that if you say Christianity should not be involved in our government, fine. You got to replace it with something. And if you say it's neutral, there's no such thing as a neutral public square. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that, and I'll be quick because there's other people I want to talk to. But what I'm saying is, I would say that I disagree strictly with a certain teaching, a certain religion being the basis of what we take all beneficial teachings that we apply to the United States.
Fine, but then who chooses the moral code?
I think that the people as a whole who can represent different
how do we do that?
represent different beliefs and opinions. It shouldn't have to come from a specific religion, because what does that one religion teach that the other opposing view, atheism, can't teach?
Hold on a second. No, that's an interesting question. What does Christianity teach that others do not? A lot. A lot. For example, in Christianity explicitly, there are beliefs that are not found in Buddhism or Hinduism. And again, just look at the fruit. The West is a Christian project. So why would we cut the fruit from its vine? Why would we cut the flower from its roots?
Yeah, my question is because I think that there's a lot of disagreeing points of view that conflict that, right? Abortion rights. I know that it is a largely Christian value to not be in support of a woman's right to choose whether or not she has
to protect.
And I know that you are also anti-democracy, and you know,
I'm pro-election.
Yes, and you're opposed to just the majority ruling over the rest of the people, right? And so why is it that you are in support of people
that make up the slight majority having power to instill legislation and rules and laws that their religion teaches on the rest of the society.
Again,
is what I'm saying.
First of all, you can't have a free society without having some sort of a belief in God.
So then why should we use Christian teachings to apply that to the rest of society when they disagree with them?
Well, first of all, it's the best. Show me a better alternative. No, seriously, I mean, you can laugh at it. Show me a society that has gone away from Christianity and has improved itself.
What I'm
No, it's important. I believe that America should remain Christian. Show me a formerly Christian country in Europe that has gone away from Christianity and has become a better, stronger, more better.
Like what I would point you to is probably towards a country that does not apply those values to things like abortion rights. So I'll probably point to probably point to Norway, probably point you to a lot of places like that because they're not having people die from lack of
and that's
access
fine.
to abortion.
And this is where we just have disagreement. I think Europe is a disaster right now.
Okay.
I think Europe is a husk of its former self.
What I argued is that I'm saying in the specific areas of that there's not people literally like dying because they're forced to like give birth to a human that they don't want to carry and they don't have proper access to abortion, and those are Christian teachings that are not.
Yeah, in this country we have babies literally dying in the womb every single day.
Yeah.
3,000 abortions a day.
I mean, I think that's a big deal, but I also at the same time, there are those same Christian teachings.
I would just ask again. You don't have to answer it. This is an interesting question for you. I want you to think about this for the next week or two.
Okay.
The most important book in my life, of which all truth stems from the Bible. What is your most important book?
Right Wing Revolution by Charlie Kirk.
Without the troll, though, it's important because at some point you have to appeal to something. You have to have a rule book. Every species, all human beings need a rule book for life. We tell you what our rule book is. I know it's like putting you on the spot, but think about it. And if you don't have a rule book, you're lying to yourself. Everybody has a rule book you live by. You just got to tell us what it is.
Fair enough.
All right,
Thank
cool.
you.
Thank you, man. Think about that, okay?
I got a hat?
Yes. Well, I ran out. Yeah. Think about your rule book. Yeah. How we doing?
Charlie, my guy, what's up? Okay, hear me? Oh my bad, what's up? What's up, Charlie? Alright, so I am a second-year master's student in student affairs, and I see you got an anti-DEI shirt on, so this is about to get good. I personally believe in DEI. I think that actually helps with creating inclusivity within PWIs and predominantly white institutions. And I also believe that FSU, that's where I go at. But I also believe that this is the reason why I wanted to get into student affairs, because I believe that with the DEI being present within our campuses, we actually are able to build inclusivity for students who are first gen, for minoritized students, for veteran students who are coming onto these campuses and actually being able to feel like they have somewhere for them on campus. As well, I understand the counter argument, but I'm gonna let you go first.
Well, instead of debating DEI, why don't you define it further so we can make sure we're talking about the same thing?
Got you. So diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I know what that means.
Okay, my fault.
Well, I would say DEI stands for didn't earn it, but that's a separate issue.
Ooh, didn't earn it. You've been working on that? Tight. So yes, a lot of people think that, and in that regards, which is a counter argument to it. But I honestly believe that the fact that you got to this point where you was already unrepresented on these campuses already shows that you did actually earn to get those fundings, did actually earn to get that exclusivity tailored to you. Because the fact that you even made it to the campus where a lot of people in disproportionate communities don't make it a lot out of, the least you can have is a place on campus where you feel included in. That would be my argument.
Yeah, so I don't know what DEI looks like on this campus. I can't speak to that. Let's try to find some common ground.
Okay.
Do you think people should be hired based on their race or their competency?
I don't think that. I think they should be raised. I think that they should be hired based on their competency, not their race.
We totally agree, right?
Okay.
So what DEI does in practice, not in theory, is it focuses on race more than competency.
Okay.
That is our concern.
Okay.
And so what I want, and you seem, very passionate about a lot of things, and you obviously have skills. For your life, I want you always to be judged on the content of your character, not the color of your skin. Which is actually, as you know, Martin Luther King gave this big speech, and yeah, I know, but he is an ideal that I agree with this sentence for sure. Where DEI says no, we're actually going to care more about skin color than competency. And so what we want is an America based on merit, America based on how hard you work, an America based on what you bring to the table, not just what you look like.
I got you, and I understand that very well, and I think that that's a profound position to have with it. And and I know you gotta go, so okay. So my last thing is, and I'll make it short because we are going to agree on that, but agree on.
Waflog overall had very good ideas. My issue with
because it's honoring the dead and honoring your murderer can keep on living. Yes, fine.
I just want to ask about consistency. So consistency. One thing that irritates me about liberals is they'll say things like, "Yeah, we're pro-choice," but then when it comes to like vaccinations and my body, my choice, suddenly they're not so pro-choice anymore. I feel like conservatives do the same thing, but only pro-life side. So can you
Man, you seem so much smarter than that. What do you think my answer is?
I don't, because they do something bad. But if life is invaluable, why do you not consider it valuable throughout the whole lifespan, not just the beginning?
Because you believe in putting criminals in jail, right?
Yes.
Which is a taking of their rights.
Not their life.
Well, again, but their whole life is completely changed. So I guess it's also an insult to the victim, isn't it? Saying that your life doesn't matter so much that your murderer can keep on living, but you yourself aren't living. It actually devalues the value of the victim, or the victims, actually, a lot of times. And you have what happens is make America holy again. God repeated in all 5 books of the Torah, you take a life, your life will be taken. So the consistency argument, if there is a baby here, in the womb, that baby has done nothing wrong. Whereas the guy who went and shot up the school did a lot wrong. And so the only answer is to say, we value human life so much that you don't get to keep on living if you take a precious human life. It's actually an explicitly pro-life position because it's honoring the dead and honoring the victim so much that it's not just one to be discarded. It's not just a clump of cells. You see, to be against the death penalty is actually consistent for life. Because they're like, it's just a bunch of clump of cells that got shot up at a school. It doesn't really matter. Go put them in a jail. Where we say, no, that's a life you took, and you don't get to keep on having breath if you go take another precious human life. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. And how do you defend there's a flat-out commandment? It doesn't get much clear. Thou shalt not kill.
We did this earlier.
I can't hear anything on the other
That's
side.
all right.
Sorry.
Okay. It says, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not murder, not thou shalt not kill. So killing and murder are 2 different words in Hebrew. It says, thou shalt not murder, not kill. Again, I could repeat this repeatedly over on ad nauseum. God has a law in the scriptures. If you are to take a life, your life shall be taken from you. Why is that? God went and explained in the Torah, it's because human life is so precious, you shall not be able to continue. The only punishment is that your life should also be taken.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Debate. I just want to hear
No worries. It's fine. Yeah, thank you. Yep. We'll do a couple more. Thank you. Yep.
I think it's good enough.
Good enough. All right.
Okay. So, basically my question is, throughout this whole thing, I've heard you speak pretty in length about, upholding the Constitution, which I think is a good thing. I think that's a great thing. I think that you talk about the Founding Fathers, who I think, while flawed, overall had very good ideas. My issue is that, and I know it's not October, but currently, you can spin it however you want. I personally do think that Trump, has done a lot to really ruin the Constitution. I think when you look at January 6th, yes, January 6th.
This is such an October question, bro. Like,
I know, but they answered it.
But answer what? I mean,
why is the Constitution suddenly flimsy when it comes to things that are currently happening? But it's not flimsy when it comes to
5 years ago. And here's my best argument is like the American.
So it doesn't matter.
Hold on. The American people were presented with this, and they didn't believe the media's premise. So you tell me how Donald Trump was against the Constitution. Like what?
By trying to overthrow it on January 6th.
Okay, he didn't.
Oh,
okay.
he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't. You know what he did do? He didn't win in November because you guys couldn't stop talking about that for the last 4 years. Okay.
Hold on.
Because all you guys did is you lied. You kept the border wide open. You guys sent money to
Then
Ukraine
why did his own
unnecessarily.
VP not validate?
We had hyperinflation, and all you guys did
Totally good.
was lie endlessly about January 6th, which of course was 99% of people that peacefully went into the Capitol to go pray and go look at the People's House. And there were only 15 people that actually committed violent actions against police officers. And so we look at all this together. You're like, oh, he was against the Constitution. Wait a second. You know who's against the Constitution? The Democrat Party that tried to kick him off the ballot. The Democrat Party tried to say, you're not allowed on a ballot. You know that there were 5 Democrat states, Maine, Colorado, and California being 3 of them, that said, you're not allowed to be on the ballot, Donald Trump, because you're an insurrectionist. That's a threat to democracy and to the Constitution. It's a threat to our democratic norms. And so I'm not going to relitigate this too much because honestly, I don't have to, because we won and you didn't, and we're in power. And so it's like,
May I speak?
because he's never running again.
I haven't
Yes.
really gotten a second to speak. So, what I want to say is that, look, I'm not a Democrat. I don't agree with the Democratic Party. I'm not a part of the Democratic Party. I personally believe in upholding this Constitution, and that goes beyond January 6th. I think currently what he's doing, we're trying to suppress the media, is absolutely abhorrent.
How is he suppressing the media by doing more media? You know who's suppressing the media? Joe Biden never talked to the media. Donald Trump will sit at the Resolute desk and invite all the media.
They
to
just
take,
announced.
Hold on a second, this is so insane. This guy will answer more questions than any president that we've had in the last 50 years. He will literally do a press conference today. He did one at 12 p.m., 2 p.m., and 6 p.m. And that's the 3rd time this week he's done it. And anyone can ask any question they want. You're saying he's suppressing the media?
Can I say why?
Because of the Associated Press?
Well,
or what?
Partially, yes. And because he literally just announced his press conference person. She just announced that they're getting rid of the nonpartisan group that picks the journalists. He's going to pick the journalists. A bunch of bootlickers are going to be in there. That's not free speech.
Well, first of all, I don't want to hear from Jim Acosta or Caitlin Collins, and I don't think the American people do either. The point being, though, is that...
Sure, I want to hear from a bunch of spray-tan Fox News people.
Hold on a second, though. You know, I find it interesting, because I'm interested in your psychology.
Sure.
Like, what do you support?
I support upholding the Constitution. I think both sides are morally bankrupt. I think both sides are supported and funded by billionaires who should be taken out of power.
And this is
both sides.
Fair enough. We'll end with this. It's a great, and everybody, don't be like this guy, because, and I wish for you. It's so easy in life to go around saying that everything sucks and everything's awful, when in reality you have the best government that you've had in 100 years, and a reclamation. Of course, there'll be things you disagree with or you don't like. But it's so easy and so cool to kind of like, I don't like this, and you're kicking off the press, when in reality, they're getting 99 of 100 things right, and you have Elon Musk, the world's wealthiest man, sacrificing himself to go solve government. No, it's like, honestly though, the attitude itself, I support the Constitution, I don't like Trump. It's like, it's being cooled by half.
Why can't both be true?
But no, I'm just saying though, it's just, it's a general attitude, and I get it, makes you feel morally sanctimonious and all that stuff. But in reality and in practicality, this is a government that none of us have earned or deserved or expected, that is doing amazing things for us on a daily basis. And so I hope you'll come around to that, and everybody in this audience is going to be better because of it.
I think if this government wants to respect the people, wants to not cut federal funding, and wants to overall improve
We
this
should
country,
cut federal funding, of course we should. That's
Okay.
what we got elected.
Do you think there should be a child tax credit?
Yes,
every
that's
day?
not federal funding.
Do you think that there should be free school lunch for all children?
No.
Why?
Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't?
Go get a job.
A child?
No, the parents should go get the job.
Yeah.
This is important. I don't believe...
They have jobs and they can't support their children. Stare, because the minimum wage is so low.
No, you are dumb, dude. Don't give me this stuff. First of all, this is really...
I want children to eat.
Of course I do. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. Number 2, we have churches, we have food shelters, we have billions, and it does not exist. We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country. That 50% of our kids are obese or overweight. There's not a single kid in America that has died of starvation in the last 10 years. Show me that kid. Show they're not existing. This is a propaganda thing from the Democrat Party. Our kids are so overweight, they have type 2 diabetes by the age of 8. So the number one problem for kids right now is that they're not moving enough and they're eating too much, not that there's child starvation. Instead, let's get back to a time where we say, hey, parents feed your kids, churches feed your kids, communities feed your kids, not big daddy government coming in and do what the families should do. With that, I say thank you guys so much and have a great day. Thank you.
This is how you can lose the weight the way you want. Weight Loss by Hims offers access to a variety of options for weight loss, like access to compounded GLP-1 injections, or injection-free options like oral medication kits. Simple, all-in pricing, ongoing care included, at no extra cost. Free shipping right to your door if prescribed. Through Hims, your weight loss plan is personalized to your goals. Plus, you get access to unlimited messaging with a licensed medical provider. No insurance required. No in-person visits. 100% online.
Some girl crossed you. Just clear luck.
Yeah, for her. We have a bit of a problem. I'm looking for a girl.
Is this an amorous inquiry?
She killed everyone on my last job. I just need to talk to her.
You mean actually talk? Because sometimes when you talk, people end up at room temperature.
I'll be gentle.
Who the hell are you?
Where's my money?
Christ! I needed him alive! It was a big score until you put a bullet into my arm. You killed him again?
Last time, I promise.
Here. Oh, you're such a gentleman. Thank you. No, thank you.
What's the score?
We're gonna rob an entire country. Sunken treasure, Parker. Worth $1 billion.
Kelly Taylor was no ordinary ship. Her story's stuck of legends. 15th century Spain.
Skip it. No story. Just tell them about the plan.
Tell them the story.
There's treasure. It'll be in New York tomorrow. That's plenty.
I don't trust you.
We're bringing in our own people.
Where did Parker get this baby cap?
So this is the crack team taking on the mafia, a billionaire, and an army.
Shouldn't be a problem.
But he said it should be a problem.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, should not.
Yeah, should
Okay,
not.
great. You can't take down an entire organization. I got an army. -2 last time I checked.
In the distance, but that's where Pokemon, the Pokemon Center is, the official one for Yokohama. There is a 3.5-hour line to actually get in the store, so I'm considering right now if it's worth going in, and if you see a video tour, I made it in, otherwise I'm not entirely sure, but I thought, you know what, with the luck right there, let's evolve this Crocodile into one of my favorite Gen 2 Pokemon of all time, Feraligatr. Like, this is nuts. I can't believe that there's like Totodiles everywhere, Chikorritas, Cyndaquils. So I'm sure we'll have all 3 final evolutions very, very soon. But I thought, Feraligatr, let's do it right now. Oh my gosh, he's a full crocodile. Like, these are the things that's in my drinking water at home in Australia. Ah, that looks epic, dude. 1428, probably not the greatest CP, but it just looks so cool and epic. I'm still be tossed up, is it worth a 3.5-hour line to get in the Pokemon Center? I'll give Lachlan a buzz, and if he wants to queue up with me, let's do it. Okay, seriously, someone in the comment section below, how much would you pay me if I threw a pin into that little thing right there? That would be the funniest moment. That'd easily make it on Best Pranks of 2017 if I just went whoop, and the pin just went pop, and the whole thing exploded. I really, look at, you can see a Ditto Pikachu in there. I want one of those balloons so bad. But I put it in the suitcase and be able to play it when I get home. Anyway, that's besides the point. What I was trying to show you guys, this is the line to get into the Pokemon Center. That huge queue right there is the line. I wasn't kidding when I said 3 hours, bruh. Apparently the world's biggest Lego shops in this complex as well, so I'm keen to check that one out. I'm a pretty big fan of Lego. Back in the day, collecting all the minifigures, so I guess we'll have a look at that one in the meantime. But that line is nuts. I've never seen a bigger line in my life. Besides when I list to leave meet and greet, you know what I'm saying? I'm kidding. Let's get fun Lego shop. So we just found out, because the Pokemon Center's line is like way too long for anyone, it's like 3.5 hours long, they've got these pop-up Pokemon Centers like stalls, I guess, all across all the malls, all outside, and they sell all the exclusive like stuff to Yokohama, which is absolutely fantastic. So I think I'm about to queue up, see what I can get. There's amazing like Pokemon t-shirts, I really want to cop one of those. And I really want, I don't know if you can see the Pikachu balloons, that would be fantastic. I mean, if I can't have the big giant one in the middle of the mall, I at least want one of those bad boys. So let's see what we can cop. What even are these t-shirts? I don't know. A lot of this stuff is sold out because we got here an hour late, and apparently, like, if you're not here within the first hour, it's all going to sell out. There is this t-shirt right here, but oh, I'm 50-50, guys. There's a lot of things I really want, but I think they're all sold out, so we might have to keep chugging around. There's a lot of Pokemon-inspired stores around here, but that's crazy. It all sells out. Oh, I really wonder what this is. It looks like it's got a hood. I'd ask, but I don't speak that much Japanese, so probably will get the greatest answer. Alright guys, so we went to the Yokohama Pokemon Center, which I'm so excited about. We just did the Tokyo one. I dropped, I think, 250 bucks there. So I'm hoping there's not that much stuff to cop here, but I got a feeling it's going to be completely different. So I thought, you know what, it's worth showing you guys what the differences are between the two. And I've also just lost the bet to Lachlan. I have to buy him $100 worth of stuff at the Pokemon store, which is 10,000 yen. So I know what he's going to pick out, but we'll have a look. And so I reckon what she was trying to say was something along the lines of, let's get in there, let's do this thing, and see how much money we can spend once again at the Pokemon store. And fingers crossed, some really sick, like, exclusive merchandise. I'm so excited. Let's get in there. Alright guys, first off of the day, we're going to get the Pikachu shirt. I've wanted this all week. I've seen everyone wear them, so got the large, we're putting it in there. First off of the day. Yes, man, he's got the stack. Yes, that's what I like to see. Pokemon cards galore. I think I found it, guys. We got the food right here. So, I reckon we'll buy a tin of the stuff on the top there. That looks pretty cool. Straight in the basket on top of the t-shirt. Oh no. It's Pokemon cards, fellas. Look at this. I think I'm not going to cop anything there just because I got most of it before, so I don't think I need anything. But this stuff really intrigues me, like the ramen noodles down there. Let's get some of those. Why not? And then we got like some of these figurines. Butterfree looks pretty cool. Alright guys, so we got Lachlan's good here, we got my goods. We're ready to clock, let's go to the cashier and let's get these bad boys out. Let's do it. Wraps up the Pokemon Center for Yokohama. You guys can go watch the Tokyo video, I'll link in the description, and see the sort of difference. That one was a lot more smaller, but I guess I sort of pictured that because the Pokemon Center in Tokyo is called the Mega Pokemon Center. So a lot of the stuff was sold out as well, which is absolutely nuts. In the end, went absolutely crazy. Spent thousands of yen, which seems to be a recurring theme here in Japan. I'm spending so much money, but it's alright. I love Northern, I love this place, and I love Pokemon. So yeah, without further ado, I guess we're back in the hotel room. I'll show you guys what I caught, get the shirt on. But until then, let's roll on to the next clip. Yeah. Just got back from my Yokohama and I just realized I never put an outro to the Pokemon Center video, and I all put it in this big giant food bag and I mixed it all up between the Tokyo and Yokohama purchases, and I'm not exactly sure what I ended up buying, so I put them all together and I thought I'd show you guys as a whole exactly what I bought. But this is the sickest thing ever. I think we'll start with the bags because I managed to collect every single bag that's available. So you got the extra large one, which I got at Tokyo, I'm pretty sure. This one is huge and it's so sick. Like, look at Pikachu's face and then the truck pattern in the background. Then we've got the obvious one with the 3 starters, the small little bag. I'm pretty sure that's chucked in as a bonus one because I bought so much at the Pokemon Center. And then you've got the regular one. This is what they usually hand out with handing out in Yokohama. These two are like Tokyo ones. But this one's pretty cool as well. And it says Pokemon Store on it, not Pokemon Center like it does up here. But then that was the Pokemon Store. Oh gosh, which one's the name? But then guys, if we look at Anders closer right here, we ignore all the iron shirts, but I managed to get the Pokemon Center exclusive Surprise Pikachu shirt, which I think you've seen in my YouTube video, and I'm in love with it. Honestly, one of my new favorite Pokemon shirts. I thought that was so sick and worth the purchase. And just quickly, so I know you guys have seen it 10 times already, but we got the festival sort of headband, which was my hat for a while. Nothing better than a plastic visor with Pikachu's face on it. Obviously, the plush toys, the the boost packs and the blind boxes, which we'll get to unboxing soon. The blind bags of miniature Nano Block Lego Pokemon Edition. Holy flippin' smokes, it's a mouthful to say. Then we got like more Pokemon cards, that amazing plush to go. A box of Pika flipping, I think these are cookies. You can't even hear anything, but I'm pretty sure it's cookies because they have like a fat rating on the back. Then we got some candy, which is Pikachu candy. Pikachu ramen noodles, which I'm so excited to do a cooking with Endo. That's gonna be fantastic. Obviously more chocolate cookies, which again enjoy Endo tries sort of thing. That's gonna be absolutely wild. More blind bags, more food, more speakers. But as a whole, I think it's a hashtag win. Although the price, so I'm pretty sure I went through all the receipts, and if you add up between the 2 different Pokemon centers, including Lachlan's purchases that I had to buy for him, which he did get this pretty coordinated, like he got a really big one, it came to about 50,000 yen. Bro, I know, don't tell mum, she'd freak out. Yeah, I think as a total throughout this whole trip, I spent 50,000 yen at the Pokemon Center, which is just insane. But you know what, I only go there once a year, maybe twice a year in this occasion, but either way, I love it so much, and it's all exclusive sort of stuff, so I reckon it's worth it. So guys, definitely leave in the comment section below which one's your favorite item, and if you went to the Pokemon Center, what would you buy? Definitely leave a comment.
7 years ago.
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra.
On the plains of ancient Iran, 3,000 years ago, a single voice rang out to challenge the old gods and proclaim a new vision of truth. That was the voice of Zoroaster, also known as Zarathustra, the reformer and prophet, who founded one of the world's oldest monotheistic faiths. His ideas, a single wise god, a cosmic struggle between good and evil, and a crescendo of a final judgment, echo through history, and of course, have influenced later religions. But who exactly was Zoroaster? That remains a fascinating puzzle to solve. Little is known for certain about his life, shrouded as mystery as it is in myth and time. But what we'll try to do today is explore Zoroaster's story from his legendary birth and early struggles as much as we can tell it. We'll go through his teachings and philosophy, and then we'll finish off talking about his lasting impact. We'll journey through chronologically in this video, grounding our narrative in the closest sources to the time. And of course, we'll be looking at them critically and examining their reliability. I think by the end you'll see how a Bronze Age priest from Persia became a towering figure in world religious history. Allow me to welcome you to the channel. Where are my manners? They're right here. Hello everyone, and it's good to meet any newcomers. If you've not done so yet, I invite you to hit the subscribe button. Perhaps tell me where you're listening from down in the comments. It's always interesting to see the breadth of reach that this channel gets. So with that being said, let's all get nice and relaxed. And we'll begin the life of Zoroaster, as much as we can tell it. And so with introductions out of the way, we know exactly where and somewhat when Zoroaster was born. But to understand Zoroaster, we first need to picture the context of the world that he was born into. Ancient Iran, at a time when the region's people followed an old Indo-Iranian religion. This was a polytheistic faith, many gods, dome deities of sun, moon, fire, etc., ritual sacrifices, and even an interesting sacred intoxicant called Halma. Society was largely pastoral and nomadic, pretty normal at that time. People tended to herd cattle and camels on the steppes of Central Asia. Zoroaster himself grew up in a pastoral culture. Notably, his very name is actually linked to camels. In the old Iranian language, Avestan, Ustra actually means camel. That's an interesting little fact for you. Of course, this all hints that camels were certainly important in his community's life. The young Zoroaster, or Zarathustra, as he called himself in his own language, was born into the Spitama clan, a family of priests. His father was Poroshaspa, and his mother, Dugadova. As a boy, Zoroaster would have been taught the traditional rituals and hymns of his time. In fact, evidence from Zoroaster's own hymns, the Gathas, suggests he became a Zautar, or priest. Thus he was educated in religious rites and lore from a very early age. So when and where did Zoroaster live? Of course, one of the first puzzles is pinning down when Zoroaster lived. Now, we did say 3,000 years ago, but you gotta take that with a bit of grain of salt. Historians and ancient sources do not agree on this date. Later religious traditions in Persia, recorded centuries after his life, by the way, claim that Zoroaster lived 258 years before Alexander the Great, and that would place him around 600 BC, since Alexander the Great conquered Persia in 330 BC. This would make him a contemporary of the later Persian kings. However, a lot of people today find this date to be somewhat unlikely. Linguistic clues in Zoroaster's own writings and comparisons with the ancient Hindu Rig Veda suggest that he lived even earlier, roughly around 1000 BC, but we'll have to give or take a century. In other words, I suppose we can put it, that Zoroaster probably lived in the late 2nd millennium BCE, perhaps even 1200 BCE, making him a Bronze Age figure, rather than an Axial Age 6th century prophet. So by contrast, some Greek authors in antiquity assigned fantastically old dates to Zarathustra. Of course they would. The Greeks sometimes, especially Herodotus and earlier writers, seem to blow things out of proportion a little bit. One Greek historian, for example, Xanthus of Lydia, claimed that Zoroaster lived 6,000 years before Xerxes' invasion of Greece. One philosopher, Plutarch, wrote that Zoroaster lived 5,000 years before the Trojan War. Now, I'm sure your eyebrows raised somewhat. The ancient estimates were clearly not historical, but they reflect mythic chronology or perhaps a misunderstanding. The consensus of modern scholarship leans towards Zoroaster being much older than 600 BC, but 1000 BC seems to state a reasonable estimate. Now, as for where he lived, the clues point to eastern Iran, or perhaps Central Asia. His hymns mention places and rivers that fit the region of ancient Bactria, Sogdia, or Khorasmia, around modern Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, or Uzbekistan. The dialect of the Avesta, Zoroastrian scripture, is an Eastern Iranian language, reinforcing this geographic context. Later Persian legends sometimes place Zoroaster in western Iran, at the time Media or Azerbaijan. But those are considered a little less reliable. So, for the sake of continuity, envision Zoroaster as an Eastern Iranian holy man, wandering among herding tribes on the Central Asian steppes. Of course, we've mentioned that we lack written records from Zoroaster's own lifetime, but later Zoroastrian texts preserve legendary accounts of his early life. These stories, though recorded many centuries afterwards in Middle Persian, what's called Pahlavi books, paint a pretty dramatic picture of a child destined for greatness, a prodigy. According to these later traditions, extraordinary omens surrounded Zoroaster's birth. It is said that his mother, Dukadova, glowed with an uncanny light before giving birth, as if fire radiated from her body. When the child was born, the first thing he did was laugh out loud. An astonishing laugh, instead of a cry of a newborn. The priests explain this marvel by saying that the archangel Bohumana, good mind, entered the infant at birth and filled him with divine joy. Of course, such a prestigious child frightened the evil forces at the time. A local sorcerer named Durasrav is said to have been alarmed by the child's laughter, fearing that this child would grow up and destroy the demonic powers he wielded. And so, Durasrav and another wicked priest, Bhaktrakresh, became arch-enemies of the infant Zoroaster. The legends describe how these evildoers persuaded Zoroaster's own father to attempt to kill the child, but each attempt failed miraculously. For example, the baby Zoroaster was left in a fire, yet he came out completely unharmed by the flames. On another occasion, he was placed in the path of stampeding cattle, and later among wild horses, but neither the oxen or the horses would trample over him. In another vivid tale, the infant was abandoned in a den of hungry she-wolf whose cubs had been killed, so that the furious wolf might devour the child. But instead, divine intervention came and saved him. The archangel Bohumana caused Zoroaster to smite the she-wolf, and a gentle ewe was sent to the cave to nurse the child. When his mother came searching, she found that her child was alive and suckling on the ewe safe and sound. These are pretty miraculous stories, don't you think? The laughing baby, the thwarted assassination attempts, the wolf that did not dare eat him. All of it established Zoroaster in legend as a protected figure chosen by the divines. Scholars note that such motives, an evil king or priest tries to kill a special child who is saved by miracles, well, they're pretty common in myths of great founders and prophets around the world. You'll see a lot of it. While the Zoroastrian version likely developed over centuries of oral storytelling before being written down in the 9th century CE. While these tales are not historical facts, in fact we can't really prove them, they are important in understanding how later devotees perceive the prophet as someone marked from birth by a divine mission, surviving against all the odds. And we should keep in mind a bit of the bias of these sources. Pahlavi texts compiled by Zoroastrian priests long after Zoroaster's time, full of hagiography, this saintly legend. They provide a lot of drama and color. But perhaps I'll leave it up to you as to how literally you're going to take them. Let's not ruin the fun. Well, now we get to the real juicy part of the story, the divine revelation at age 30. Setting aside legend and returning to what we can glean from earlier sources, we find that Zoroaster is now a young adult, following his father's profession as a priest. For the first few decades of his life, he likely performed rituals and worshipped the traditional gods of his people. Pretty normal. Nothing interesting yet. But then, at the age of 30, everything changed. Zoroastrian tradition and later scripture holds that Zoroaster had a profound divine vision at about 30 years old. He encountered Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, who would eventually become the one single god of Zoroastrianism. One account says Zoroaster was participating in a purification ritual in a river when a shining being, the archangel Vohumana, appeared and led him into the presence of Ahura Mazda and 5 other radiant divine figures, the Amesha Spectres. In this moment, Zoroaster received a revelation of a new religious truth. He realized that Ahura Mazda was indeed the supreme creator, the source of all goodness, and that many, quote, gods, unquote, that the people worshipped were either lesser beings or in some cases even demons who would just trick the people into worshipping them. Of course, this was a radical departure from the prevailing polytheism. Armed with this revelation, Zoroaster felt compelled to preach his truth, Asha, in his language, to all the people he could find. He believed he was appointed as a messenger of Ahura Mazda to guide others onto the right and noble path. However, prophets often faced a bit of resistance in their homelands, and Zoroaster was not going to be an exception. He soon discovered that telling people that their old gods were false, and that there was only really one true god, Ahura Mazda, was not really a way to win friends. According to Zoroaster's own hymns, the Gathas, when he first started teachings, his words fell on deaf ears. His fellow countrymen did not listen, and the ones who were on the other spectrum were openly hostile. In one verse, Zoroaster laments his solitude and lack of resources. "And know wherefore I am lacking in vigor, O wise one. It is on the account of the scantiness of my cattle stock, and because I am one of few men only." Now, just to explain it, in this line he notes 2 problems. One was he was poor, which is a big problem. He had very few cattle, which was a measure of wealth, and he had very few followers. We can imagine Zoroaster as a, let's say, a lonely reformer, perhaps seen as a troublemaking upstart by the established priestly class, who are called Kaipans in his text. Indeed, Zoroaster, his teachings threatened the livelihood and the traditions of the existing order of priests and chiefs. Some of these old priests, whom Zoroaster labels Skarpans and Karvis, derogatory terms in the Gathas, by the way, strongly opposed him, and of course they would. There are hints in the Gathas that certain powerful figures publicly denounced Zoroaster. Later sources identify some of these opponents by name. For example, an antagonist named Grahma or Grakma is mentioned, accused of promoting wrong rituals that destroy the truth, truth being Diana in their language. Another named Bendva is noted as a wealthy man who supports a, quote, deceitful teacher leading people astray. It seems Zoroaster's reforms, perhaps condemning the excessive ritualism, animal sacrifices, and the use of the hallucinogenic Howlmar drink, angered the traditional priests who benefited from these rituals. But beyond theology, there were likely economic interests at play too. Zoroaster favored the poor and righteous over the rich and corrupt, and that upset the social hierarchy. So, as tradition claims, for about 10 years, Zoroaster struggled to win converts in his homeland. In fact, the early records say only one person initially accepted his message. That was his cousin, Madioi Manna. Apart from this cousin and perhaps a few family members, Zoroaster was one of few men only on his side. Facing growing hostility from all sides, Zoroaster eventually left his home in search of a more receptive audience. And that was the turning point. The prophet Zoroaster became essentially a religious exile on one hand, and a missionary on the other. And so, Zoroaster's fortunes changed dramatically when he found patronage under a local king. He traveled until he reached the court of King Vishtaspa. Vishtaspa was a chieftain, or king in a region of eastern Iran, possibly Bactria. This encounter likely occurred after many years of wandering, when Zoroaster was no longer a young man, but in his 40s. Winning over a king was crucial. It could provide protection, and even a platform for wider acceptance of the religion. But conversion of a king was no simple task. Zoroastrian texts and legal legends describe it as a high-stakes drama. At first, King Vishtapa's court was skeptical of the stranger preaching a new faith. The established priests and wise men of the court viewed Zoroaster as a threat. According to later accounts, they subjected Zoroaster to debates and trials. For 3 days, Zoroaster answered rapid-fire questions about his doctrine in front of the king and a council of learned priests. He held firm to his message of one God, Ahura Mazda, and the rejection of the old gods, whom he labeled devas, or demons. The debates were intense, and mostly hostile from the outside, as the court sages tried to find contradictions or heresy in Zoroaster's words. But after this examination, the vested interests at court were not satisfied. High priests felt their power threatened and conspired to sabotage the prophet's influence. One popular legendary account from later tradition relates that these jealous priests accused Zoroaster of performing magic and treason, a sorcerer, a charlatan and a trickster. They convinced the king that Zoroaster was dangerous, and as a result, King Vishtaspa had Zoroaster thrown in prison and subjected to harsh conditions. The prophet was put in chains, given minimal food and water, 31 tortures in all, according to one text. But remarkably, it is said that Zoroaster withstood all of his torments without any pain or harm, protected by his divine patron, Ahura Mazda. These trials in prison further convinced King Vishtaspa that Zoroaster was no ordinary man. The decisive miracle, however, involved the king's beloved horse. As the story goes, the king's favorite horse suddenly became paralyzed, all 4 legs mysteriously frozen. The court priests failed to cure the animal, and desperation grew. Thus, Zoroaster offered a deal. He would heal one leg of the horse for each wish or condition the king fulfilled. Well, the king didn't have much of a choice, didn't he? May as well try. So he agreed. For the first leg, Zoroaster asked that the king accept Ahura Mazda and the new faith. The second condition was that the king's son also embraced Zoroaster's teachings. The third was that the queen would do the same. The fourth and final condition was dramatic. Zoroaster demanded that the evil priests who had slandered him be executed. It escalated quickly, didn't it? With each agreement, one of the horse's legs was healed. Surely, evil priests watching on were getting increasingly nervous. When all conditions were met, and the corrupt priests taken care of, the horse stood up, fully cured. King Vishtaspa was astonished, and now he was completely convinced of Zoroaster's divine power and truthfulness. Moved by this miracle, Vishtaspa publicly declared his conversion to the religion of the worship of Ahura Mazda. Whether this exact sequence happened or not, the essence of the Zoroaster finally being a royal patron, then that is a big deal. Historically, we know from Zoroaster's own Garthos that Vishtaspa, referred to as Kavi, meaning king, was indeed a patron and a follower. Vishtaspa's name is praised as a righteous supporter in Zoroastrian scripture. With the king and queen on his side, Zoroaster's faith now had the backing of political power. Vishtaspa's court, including nobles like Jamaspa, the king's relatives and ministers, also Thrashastra, also converted and became devout supporters. In fact, Zoroaster forged family alliances here. He got married too, to one of Thrashastra's daughters in some accounts, and he gave his own daughter in marriage to Jamaspa. By becoming kin to the king's closest advisors, Zoroaster had cemented his influence. The remaining years of Zoroaster's life were spent in Vishtaspa's domain, organizing a new community of believers. With royal endorsement, the prophet's teachings spread among the people. The kingdom likely underwent a religious reformation, turning away from the old polytheistic cults and embracing the worship of Ahura Mazda. According to later sources, Vishtaspa's realm even had to fight wars against neighboring peoples who resisted this religious change. An epic struggle is described between Vishtaspa's people, now Zoroastrian, and the hostile Turanian tribes under a leader named Arjast, who remained loyal to the old gods. And we can't have that, can't we? Zoroaster, though, by now, an elderly spiritual leader, purportedly encouraged Vishtaspa's army to prophesize their victory. And so, after a life of preaching, controversy, and finally triumph in spreading his doctrine, how did the story of Zoroaster really end? Well, no one really knows for sure. The sources can diverge between legend and likelihood. Zoroastrian tradition holds that Zoroaster lived to the age of 77 and met a violent end in a final attack on Vishtaspa's land. An enemy raider, sometimes identified as that sorcerer Bratrakresh from his childhood, infiltrated the sanctuary where Zoroaster was tending the sacred fire. This attacker murdered Zoroaster in cold blood while he was praying, killing him right there on the spot. Thus, in the lore, Zoroaster becomes a martyr, dying in defense of his faith. However, it's interesting that unlike some other religions, Zoroastrians did not traditionally observe a mourning holiday for Zoroaster's martyrdom. This fact has led some scholars to suggest that perhaps Zoroaster did not die a dramatic martyr's death, but rather pass away peacefully in old age. I hope for Zoroaster's sake it was certainly that way. Had his death been a pivotal, tragic event, we might expect annual commemorations, don't you think? The absence of early widespread martyr traditions does raise the possibility that the tale of being slain by an enemy could be a later embellishment, a fitting heroic end, added as a footnote to his biography. But in any case, by the time of his death, whether it was by natural causes or extreme blunt force trauma. Zoroaster had laid the foundation for a religion that would endure for a millennia. It still does in some places. We'll get to that later. He left behind disciples, including his own children. Zoroastrian texts say that Zoroaster had 3 sons and 3 daughters, who likely carried on his lineage and faith. The faith of Zoroastrianism, or the good religion, as believers called it, would soon spread across the Iranian plateau. So before we go on to discuss Zoroaster's teachings in detail, let's pause and consider some of the sources we have for his life, because it's very, very important that we do so. Much of the biography we've recounted, the Pishtaspa story and the miracles, etc., comes from the later religious texts, compiled long after Zoroaster. This isn't unique to Zoroastrianism. It happens quite a lot in a lot of religious figures, but we still need to mention it. And these include parts of the Avesta, completed in written form during the Persian Empire or later, and Pahlavi books, written in the early medieval period, 9th, 10th century CE, that gathered all older oral traditions together and finally put pen to paper. These sources obviously have a devotional bias. They were to glorify the prophet and show divine validation of his mission. And that's why we see so many miracles and cosmic interventions. In contrast, the primary sources closest to Zoroaster are the Gathas, 17 hymns believed to be composed by Zoroaster himself.
I'm learning about Zoroastrianism.
The Gathas are embedded in the Avesta and are poetically dense and elusive.
Interesting religion.
They don't narrate events like a history book, rather they're pretty much meditations, prayers, and sermons. Through them, Zoroaster addresses Ahura Mazda, pleads for help against his foes, and celebrates the friends who support him. We extract clues from the Gathas, like mentions of Vishtaspa, and hostility from the Karbans. Sketch these rough events of his life. As we said at the start of the video, we do our best with what we have. The Gathas being primary and more reliable about Zoroaster's ideas than the later legends.
I think I'm getting ready to lay the fuck down.
Comparing these various sources, their hymns, the primary show that a little bit cryptic, and the later narratives, which are detailed but somewhat idealized. We just have to attempt to reconstruct Zoroaster's life and message in the best way that we can.
Zoro, asshole, more like it.
I think we did a decent job of it. Now, having followed Zoroaster's journey from birth to death, let's explore what he taught that was so revolutionary.
Okay.
Of course, he had to have some good ideas if they caught on. Right. What did he preach?
Portland,
that won him so
Oregon.
many devoted followers and also bitter enemies.
Good old
The teachings
Oregon.
and philosophy of Zoroaster.
Oregon.
His teachings mark a turning point in the history of religion and spirituality. He's often credited as one of the first, if not the first, monotheist, and as a pioneer of moral dualism. So that's how much the key elements of his philosophy is gleaned from the Gathas and the other earlier texts, always noting that these were later understood and sometimes expanded by his followers. The first is one God above all, Ahura Mazda. That is the core of Zoroaster's message. This worship of Ahura Mazda meaning the wise Lord. In an age when his contemporaries worshipped a pantheon of gods, Zoroaster elevated Ahura Mazda as the supreme and singular creator. He taught that Ahura Mazda is the source of all that is good, the creator of the heavens and the earth. This god was not distant or indifferent. No, Ahura Mazda is depicted as being part of perfect wisdom and justice, and he interacts with humanity through revelation. Zoroaster didn't necessarily deny the existence of other spiritual beings. but he did insist that only those aligned with the Huda Master's goodness were worthy of reverence. Lesser gods, as in the old Indo-Iranian deities, we call devas, meaning demons or false gods, but we rejected if they embodied evil or lied. In Zoroaster's view, many of the traditional gods followed the lie and were thus unworthy of worship. Instead of a pantheon of competing gods, Zoroaster presented a kind of heavenly hierarchy under the one god. Ahura Mazda works through a host of abstract divine qualities, later personified as the Amesha Spentas, being the holy immortals. In the Gathas, Zoroaster often refers to concepts like Asha, the truth or right order, Vohumana, good mind, and Shastra, dominion, as both virtues and divine presences. Eventually these came to be seen as archangel-like figures, I suppose, emanations of Ahura Mazda, manifestations of different qualities. For example, Asha Vahishta is the highest truth and righteousness. Vohumana is the good mind that inspires good thoughts. Spenta Almighty embodies holy devotion or serenity. These are 7 of the key divine aspects, including also Spenta Menu, the Holy Spirit of Ahura Mazda, Hauravatat, wholeness, perfection, and Amaretat, immortality. Zoroaster taught these represent both Ahura Mazda's nature and virtues that humans should cultivate. Pretty important stuff. Notably, this ties the divine realm to the ethical realm too. The same qualities of divine God, truth, good thinking, righteousness are expected of normal everyday human beings. An emanation of the highest order. A scholar neatly summarizes the gods and humankind are both bound to observe the same ethical principles, and it was profoundly an ethical religion, not just a set of rituals. In Zoroaster's theology, God is good, and nothing evil comes from Ahura Mazda. But this raises a classic question, don't you think? If God is wholly good, what is the origin of evil in the world? Zoroaster's answer introduces the second major pillar of his teaching, the concept of dualism between good and evil. Zoroaster preached that the world is a battlefield of sorts. In a spiritual sense, Asha, truth, order and good, and Druj, the lie, chaos and evil, are always at each other's throats. He personified this conflict in 2 primal forces or spirits. In a famous passage from the Gathas, he describes how 2 primal spirits were revealed to him, one benevolent and one malevolent. These twin forces are sometimes called Spenta Menu, the bounteous spirit representing the good, pretty much the creative spirit of Ahura Mazda, and Angra Mainyu, the hostile or destructive spirit, pretty much representing everything that's evil. Just think of God and the devil. It's kind of like that. The same sort of idea. Good guy, bad guy. Later texts would name Angra Mainyu as Ahriman, the evil one. Zoroaster teaches that each human being and each soul must choose which of these spirits to follow. As one translation of Yasna 30 Agathic hymn puts it, hear with your ears the best things. Reflect with a clear mind, each one for himself, upon the 2 choices of decision, being right to declare yourselves for the right side before the great judgment. If we put it into other words, we're presented with a fundamental choice of morals, to ally with the good spirit, or to ally with the evil spirit. Of course, this is an exercise of free will, another crucial aspect of Zoroaster's philosophy. A later summary of his doctrine says that from the beginning, the good and evil spirits By this act of choice, the universe got split into two camps, the kingdom of justice and truth, and the kingdom of the lie, the Druge. Zoroaster identified Ahura Mazda with the good spirit and Ahriman with the evil one. Though intriguingly, in Zoroaster's original hymns, Anganini was not given equal status to Ahura Mazda. He is a powerful hostile spirit, sure, but not an independent god. Later tradition made him more on dualistic equal terms. The important point for Zoroaster was that evil was a choice. It's the result of a spirit choosing the wrong path. And likewise humans commit evil by choosing the worst purpose instead of the righteous path. The Devas, demons, were actually the old pagan gods, are said to have not chosen brightly. They were deceived by the evil spirit and rushed into fury and violence. Humans must avoid that fate by choosing the truth. This cosmic dualism was not an eternal stalemate in Zoroaster's view. Goodwill can ultimately triumph over evil. Zoroaster taught a hopeful eschatology. There will be a great acquittal or judgment, but those who chose good will be rewarded, and those who chose evil will face the consequences. He spoke of a final renewal of the world, when all wrong things are finally righted. In the Gathas, he describes how, at the end of time, the worst existence shall be for the wicked, the house of best purpose shall be for the just man. Here we see a clear reference to a form of heaven and hell. The just, who embodied good purpose and truth, will enjoy the house of best purpose, essentially paradise, in the presence of Ahura Mazda, while the wicked, those who embraced the lies and harmed others with the Druge, will experience the worst, miserable fate, which Zoroastrian texts later equate with a hellish condition. This was, as you can see, a moral universe. Your choices in life directly determine what happens after it. In fact, one of Zoroaster's most interesting concepts was his final idea of a victory over evil. He did not preach an eternal dualism of two co-equal gods locked in conflict forever. Rather, evil is powerful but ultimately temporary. In later Zoroastrian doctrine, elaborating on Zoroaster's ideas, history is divided into two epochs. And at the end of the current age, evil will be completely destroyed by Ahura Mazda's power. A savior figure, called the Seoshant, meaning future benefactor, who according to tradition will be a future-born descendant of Zoroaster, will lead humanity in the final battle against falsehood, resurrect the dead, and renew creation, making it perfect and deathless. Zoroaster himself set this expectation that truth would ultimately win, giving his followers both a personal ethical directive, but also the cosmic hope to cling to. And so is the spiritual stage set. One good God, one evil God, and the humans in between with free will. Zoroaster began to drill down to everyday ethics. How does one act in a good manner? The fundamental ethical principle of Zoroastrianism can be summed up in a simple motto: good thoughts, good words, good deeds. This phrase in the Avestan language, Kumata, Uvashta, is the latest slogan.
Kinda.
But it pretty much sums up Zoroaster's
Not
teachings.
really, but maybe tomorrow.
In line with Ahura Mazda, the good spirit, a person must discipline their mind.
Well, I mean, they got a little close today. They almost played together, but then they started hissing. So maybe tomorrow. unfortunately. Yeah. I feel like we're halfway there. Anyways, I'm getting ready to lay down. I'm just fucking sore.
In speech and actions toward goodness, Zoroaster emphasized truthfulness, charity, justice, and the reverence for creation. He also condemned the lies and ritual excesses of the corrupt priests, urging sincerity and religiosity instead. Caring for the cattle and tilling the land were considered meritorious, whereas violence, theft, and deceit were abominations.
Hope you have a good rest of
allied
your
with
day.
the evil spirit, and you don't want to be on Angramenu's side. One aspect of Zoroaster's ethics is how positive and life-affirming it is. In contrast to some ascetic or world-renouncing religious leaders, Zoroaster did not ask his followers to withdraw from the world. Instead, he taught that life is a blessing. In fact, Spentamenu literally means bounteous or increasing spirit, and that enjoying the good things of creation, as long as one does so righteously, is just all part of the divine plan. Farming, raising healthy children, and prospering through honest work was seen as fulfilling the will of Ahura Mazda. The only caveat was to do these things justly and with a pure heart. Zoroaster also reformed religious ritual practices to reflect his new theology. The old Indo-Iranian religion involved animal sacrifices, but it seemed that Zoroaster put less emphasis on blood offerings. Though later Zoroastrians did practice some sacrifices, the Gathas themselves don't glorify animal sacrifice. Instead, they had a different symbol, one that is a lot cooler. Fire. That became a central figure in Zoroastrian worship. It was seen as the symbol of Asha, the truth and light of Ahura Mazda. Zoroaster likely encouraged the veneration of fire, not as a deity, but as a pure element representing God's presence. He also sanctified the elements of nature, as earth and water, and especially fire, were to be kept pure. This also gave rise to practices like maintaining sacred fires in temples and ritual prayers facing a source of light. Zoroastrians to this day pray in the presence of the fire, a tradition that can be traced back to Zoroaster's emphasis on inner and outer purity. Another reform attributed to Zoroaster is the discouragement of the ritual use of that hallucinogenic halma, known as soma in India, by the way, which is where they go to. I'm sure you've read Aldous Huxley's work, Brave New World. Soma is the, not the hallucinogen, rather kind of the opioid that they take in that book. It's not a good thing. So this halma was a sacred drink offered to the gods and consumed by priests in the old religion. Zoroaster's silence or negative hints about the halma cult, which may involve trance and possibly sacrifice, suggests that he was trying to steer people away from what he saw as superstitious at best and demonic at worst. Instead, prayer, ethical living, and symbolic offerings like the burning of incense or sacred fire took precedence. Zoroaster also talked about the afterlife in ethical terms. He introduced the idea of a judgment for each soul after death. Upon death, a person's soul would cross the Chinvat bridge, that bridge of judgment. If you'd lived righteously, the bridge would be wise and easy to cross, leading you to the abode of song, the heaven of eternal bliss. But if you had been wicked, if you were on the naughty list, the bridge would become as narrow as a razor's edge, and you would fall into the house of lies, a hellish realm of eternal torment. Which one do you want to go to? However, unlike some later doctrines of eternal hell, Zoroaster's followers believed these punishments or rewards were not necessarily forever. They were part of the cosmic drama until the final resolution. In the end, when evil is destroyed, even the damned will be purified and reunited in a restored world. Now it is worth noting just how just and optimistic Zoroaster's moral vision was for its time. This is really something incredible. He essentially taught that everyone, regardless of their social status, has the ability and responsibility to choose good, and that in the eyes of God, a humble, truthful person of any status is far superior to a powerful liar. This was a challenge to the old order, and it was perhaps where a lot of the nobility and priesthood automatically conferred spiritual goodness. Zoroaster turned that on its head. Asha, the truth, righteousness, that was the only standard now. And even a poor cattle herder could be an exemplar of virtue, while a wealthy priest could be in league with demons if he was corrupt. Zoroaster's philosophy also encompasses a kind of cosmology, an understanding of the world's creation and the role of humans within it. He taught that Ahura Mazda created the world as essentially good, furnishing it with all that we need to live well, that being the water, the sun, plants, animals useful to man, cattle, dogs, etc. And of course, plenty of good humans to take care of his creation. And everything in creation belongs either to the good side or the evil side. For example, useful, beneficent animals like dogs, cows, and birds were considered creatures of Ahura Mazda, while harmful creatures like snakes, ants, and in one extreme case water rats were seen as the spawn of evil Angra Mainyu. This led Zoroastrians to practice ritual purity laws. One should not pollute water or fire, which are sacred elements, and one should dispose of corpses in a way that doesn't defile the pure elements. Hence the practice of sky burial, leaving bodies to be consumed by vultures, originated to avoid contaminating earth or fire with decay. Fighting evil included practical aspects, like indestructible pests, considered creations of Ahriman, the other name for Angra Mainyu. Every aspect of life thus became morally charged, from how you farmed, how you maintained cleanliness and order. So you see, humans in Zoroaster's view are allies of Ahura Mazda, and they're all in the fight together against chaos. By choosing good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, a person literally helps Ahura Mazda in the cosmic struggle to give him strength. Conversely, when someone lies, cheats, or destroys unjustly, Angra Mainyu gets stronger. This gives human life immense dignity and responsibility. We're not just playthings of capricious gods. We're all soldiers in a moral war with genuine freedom to choose our side and genuine consequences. Zoroaster even saw the potential for humans to achieve spiritual excellence by aligning with the Amesha Spentas, the divine virtues. In a sense, a person who embodies the good mind, truth, and devotion in life becomes godlike in themselves. It's pretty remarkable how rational and ethical Zoroaster's religion was compared to many of its contemporaries. And to be honest, it sounds pretty good. Maybe we should bring it back in full force. Sacrifice and ritual took a back seat to the moral state of the individual. Prayer in Zoroastrianism often takes the form of affirmations of faith and pledges to good conduct, rather than just praise or requests. For instance, Zoroastrian confession of faith includes the lines, "I profess myself a worshipper of Mazda, a follower of Zarathustra, opposing the Devas, accepting the Ahuric doctrine." It's a conscious choice being declared. Because Zoroaster's teachings were oral, as was pretty much everything in that era, they were memorized and passed down by disciples. Over time they were written in the Avesta, and then translated and interpreted by priests. As with any long transmitted tradition, there's going to be evolutions and aggressions. Centuries later, in the era of the Persian Achaemenid Empire, there being 550 to 330 BCE, Zoroastrianism likely changed somewhat from what Zoroaster directly taught. But it seems that the core was still intact. Intriguingly, the Persian kings like Darius, Xerxes, and others mention Ahura Mazda prominently in their royal inscriptions, indicating that Zoroaster's god had become the chief deity of the realm. However, by the later Achaemenid period, the Persians also acknowledged other gods alongside Mazda, that being Mithra and Anahita, showing that a strictly monotheistic Zoroastrianism had shifted towards a more inclusive worship, no doubt under royal influence. But even so, the spirit of Zoroaster's reforms, focusing on truth, moral dualism, and Ahura Mazda's supremacy, continued to guide the Persians for some time to come. So to conclude our talk on who was Zoroaster, I suppose we can sum it up like this. He was a religious innovator who courageously challenged the norms of his society. He transformed the religion of ancient Iran from a polytheistic nature-worshipping one to focus on one transcendent God and the ethical struggle between good and evil, and in doing so, he became one of the first figures in history to articulate ideas of moral dualism, judgment after death, heaven and hell, and the eventual triumph of good, concepts that have become cornerstones of many religions today. Historically, his teachings have become a guiding light of the mighty Persian civilization, and later influenced thinkers and prophets beyond Persia's borders. Spiritually, his emphasis on personal righteousness, truth, and the constant choice between good and evil gives his message of timeless and universal quality. Unlike mythic heroes, Zoroaster was a real person, and most scholars do agree on his historicity. Yet around him has grown a rich tapestry of myth and devotion. And that's why we have had to examine these sources critically, recognizing that they serve religious purposes, and that they might preserve a kernel of historic truth. The biases of later priests didn't stop us from seeing the essence, and as a man of deep conviction, who experienced what he believed was communion with the divine, and set out to bring a new enlightenment to humanity. Today, the number of Zoroaster's followers is pretty small, but his legacy is far larger than the Zoroastrian community itself. It lives on in the cultural memory of humanity. We see it in literature, from ancient Greek texts to modern writings, in art as illustrated by Raphael's Renaissance fresco where Zoroaster holds the celestial globe, right up there next to Aristotle and Plato, by the way. And in ongoing academic interest, you're watching this now, aren't you? And scholars still study the Gathas in Avestan to tease out the authentic voice of Zoroaster, still marveling at how a Bronze Age poet could conceive such advanced theological ideas. And so, in closing, Zoroaster's life story, once properly introduced as we have done, is as dramatic and inspiring as that of any religious founder. A lone prophet who laughed in the face of danger bravely, preached truth to power, converted kings through wisdom and miracles, and envisioned a future where the world was perfected by goodness. All that makes him a figure of endless fascination. Who was Zoroaster? I suppose we can answer. He was the messenger of Mazda, the man who changed the Persian religion, the teacher whose influence stretched across continents and era, a voice that still speaks to us today through echoes as we find in later faiths and the continuing devotion of those who still call themselves Zoroastrians. In a very real sense, the fire that Zoroaster lit in the world never really died out. It's the flame of conscience, urging humanity towards good thoughts and good words and good deeds. In Persepolis, the capital of ancient Persia, the scene unfolds in a temple. The air is filled with the fragrance of burning frankincense. In the center stands a sacred fire on an altar, flames dancing, casting flickering light on the polished stone reliefs, while a circle of robed priests chant hymns in an ancient tongue. At the front, the King of Kings himself raises his hand towards the fire, calling upon Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, to bless his empire. In that moment, fire and faith unite the gathering. The flame symbolizes truth and divine light, embodying the god's presence among them. This was, perhaps, a scene that could have taken place during the height of the Achaemenid Sasanian Empire. It was often hailed as the golden ages of Zoroastrianism. And so with the scene set, I welcome you to a journey through time, back to the 6th century BCE, and all the way forward to the 7th century CE, when Zoroastrianism was not a religion practiced by a small minority as it is today, but simply the beating heart of two of history's greatest empires. Prepare to hear stories of emperors and priests, battles and rituals, tolerance and the zeal. We'll explore how ancient faith guided kings and shaped laws, how its principles of truth and righteousness became a moral compass for mighty emperors, and how its sacred fires burned in the temples of Mesopotamia to Central Asia. We will begin with a brief refresher on the origins of the faith, for those who have not watched the first video, Who is Zarathustra, which I will link for those interested, and his revolutionary message. And then we'll delve into the Achaemenid Empire and the Sasanian Empire, the two grand dynasties under which Zoroastrianism thrived and reached unparalleled influences. We'll also hear words from outsiders too, Greek historians, baffled and impressed by Persian customs, the people who refused to defile water or fire, and thought telling a lie was the worst sin of all. We'll walk through the corridors of time to the Sasanian era and see those powerful high priests who could make and break kings, and when libraries of Zoroastrianism's scriptures were compiled for the ages, some, or most, lost to time. Through archaeological evidence, primary texts, and even legends passed down, I'll try to illuminate this golden age of Zoroastrianism. So, close your eyes, think of that eternal flame, and let's step back into the ancient world. But first let me welcome you. If you want to learn everything there is to know about Zoroastrianism, or anything else about history, you're in the right place. You're on the right channel at the right time. So, for those who have not done so yet, hit the subscribe button and tell me where you're listening from down below in the comments. And with that in mind, let's get nice and relaxed and begin. As mentioned, we will begin with a brief refresher on Zarathustra, or Zoroaster, and we will then go on to a more chronological historical approach. If you have already watched the first video on this and want to skip this section, revert to the timestamps. So our story begins long before the rise of Imperial Persia. It begins with Zarathustra Spitama, known to the Greeks as Zoroaster, a priest-prophet, who likely lived sometime between 1500 and 1000 BC on the steppes of Central Asia or northeast Iran. The exact date and place are shrouded in mystery and legend, of course. Later tradition even fancifully claimed he lived 6,000 years before Plato, which is frankly ridiculous, but what does matter is the message that he proclaimed. According to Zoroastrian tradition, he received a divine vision around the age of 30. In that vision, he beheld Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Wisdom, who revealed to him a profound truth, that Ahura Mazda is the singular, supreme God, creator of all things that are good. Of course, this was a bold departure from the polytheistic traditions of Iranian religion at the time, worshiping many gods, the day, and involved rituals not unlike those of Vedic Indians. Zarathustra preached that life is a moral battlefield between Asha, truth and order, and Druj, lies and chaos. On one side stands Ahura Mazda, the source of all goodness and truth, opposed by the evil spirit Angra Mainyu, also called Ahriman, who embodies darkness and falsehood, the good guy and the bad guy. Every human being thus had their role in this cosmic struggle by exercising their free will to choose good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, the triple moral precept of Zoroastrian ethics. In fact, good thoughts, good words, good deeds, Humata, Ukta, and Varshta, became the creed by which Zoroastrians sought to live. It's a pretty easy one to remember, too. Not too complicated. The key teachings of the prophet will be quickly summarized as follows. First, we have monotheism and dualism, that a single benevolent God, Ahura Mazda, is worthy of worship, in perpetual conflict with the evil thoughts of Angra Mainyu. Humans must side with good against evil. Then we have Asha versus Druj, the truth versus the lie, the world operating on Asha, divine truth and order. To lie or commit injustice is to support Druj, which means that you're effectively aiding the evil spirit. Telling a lie was the most disgraceful act in Persian culture. Number 3, we have moral responsibility. This is the idea that humans are not passive. Each person's ethical choices contribute to the triumph of good, or the triumph of evil. Thus, virtue is a duty, from honesty and charity, to respect for the natural elements. And then we have sacred elements too. Fire, as a pure creation of Ahura Mazda, and water and earth must be kept free of pollution. Fire, in particular, became a symbol of divine light and truth, and it was kept burning continuously in temples as a sign of the eternal presence of Ahura Mazda's wisdom. Well, of course, initially Zarathustra's message was met with resistance and criticism. Imagine walking from village to village, challenging the priests who worshipped the old gods and performed blood sacrifices. But the breakthrough became when he found a powerful patron. According to later Zoroastrian tradition, Zarathustra won the support of a local king, Vishtaspa, by debating opponents and even performing miracles. Story tells that he cured the king's favorite horse. Of course, that was the deal. He would only cure him if the king would become one of his new followers. And then the king's wife and sons and all of the old priests and sorcerers would be thrown out. In fact, he wanted them executed. Whether or not that happened, I'm not sure if that's feeding Angra Mainyu or not. But either way, by the cusp of the 6th century BCE, Zoroastrianism, or Mazdayasna, the worship of Mazda, had taken root among the Iranian tribes. Now, hold on, it wasn't the only religion. Many variations of local cults surely persisted. It's extremely hard to keep track of them, but its ethos was becoming influential, and set the stage for what happened next. A Persian tribe in the region called Pars, led by a dynasty claiming descent from an ancestor named Achaemenes, rises to conquer the known world. They carry with them their cultural values and beliefs. and that we move into the era of the Achaemenid Empire, keep in mind those core Zoroastrian ideals of truth, moral choice, and the sacredness of elements. They might shine through in how these emperors justified their rule and administered their diverse empires. The Achaemenid Empire, Zoroastrian ideals in the First Persian Empire, from 6th to the 4th century BCE. The Achaemenid Empire, from 550 to 330, was the first of the great Persian Empire, and under rulers like Cyrus, Darius, and Xerxes, it became the largest empire that the world had yet seen. During this period, Zoroastrianism may not have been a formal state religion, at least in the way we think of it in the later times, but Zoroastrian beliefs deeply informed the royal ideology and practices. The Achaemenid kings saw themselves as chosen by Ahura Mazda, and strove, at least in ideal, to rule by the principles of justice, Asha, and to suppress the falsehood of Druj. So let's explore how all this played out, historically and politically. And what better place to start with Cyrus the Great in the seeds of a golden age. So Cyrus II, reigning from 559 to 530 BC, is famed for founding the Achaemenid Empire by uniting the Persians and Medes in conquering lands from Asia Minor to Babylon. Cyrus's reign is often associated with tolerance and enlightened rule, hence the name Great. While direct evidence of Cyrus's personal religious beliefs is pretty scant, later tradition and indirect clues suggest that he honored the Zoroastrian god. Cyrus's legacy of tolerance, allowing captive peoples like the Jews to return home and rebuild their temples, fits in pretty well with Zoroastrian ethics of respecting truth and justice for all peoples. The Cyrus Cylinder, a clay charter buried under Babylon's walls, has Cyrus declaring that he restored some temples and repatriated displaced peoples, though it credits the Babylonian god Marduk for Cyrus's victory, which is pretty understandable, since it was addressed to a Babylonian audience. Cyrus's actions of mercy could be seen as influenced by a Persian worldview that despised oppression and lies. Indeed, the Greek historian Xenophon later depicted Cyrus as an ideal, just monarch in his work Carapadia, reflecting how even outsiders imagined Persian kingship in moral terms. An anecdote often told is that when Cyrus entered Babylon in 539 BC, he did so peacefully, and was thus welcomed as a liberator. Reuniting visioner Magus, the Zoroastrian priest, standing beside Cyrus as he pays respect to the city's chief deity, showed a bit of benevolence, never to make him look good in front of the crowd. In fact, Cyrus understood that to rule an empire, rather, many nations, tolerance was strength. This attitude resonates with the Zoroastrian concept of Asha, which included the idea of Arta, justice in royal conduct. By not forcing the Persian religion on others, Cyrus was perhaps following the tenet that religion should convince by righteousness, not by compulsion. If Cyrus planted the seeds, it was Darius I, Darius the Great, 522 to 486, who explicitly linked kingship with the Zoroastrian faith. Early in his reign, Darius faced a kind of a crisis. A series of rebellions across his empire and a challenge to his throne by a usurper. According to Darius' own inscriptions, a Magic priest named Gaumata had falsely taken his throne by impersonating Bardia, also called Smerdis, one of Cyrus' sons. Darius asserts that Gaumata, the Magian, lied, saying, "I am Smerdis, son of Cyrus," and seized power until Darius and the loyal Persians killed the impostor. This event, often called the False Smerdis episode, has a striking religious undertone. The pretender labeled a liar, a deceiver, essentially an agent of Deluge, an agent of Andra Menu. While to cement his legitimacy and recount his early struggles, Darius commissioned a monumental trilingual inscription carved high on a cliff face at Beystone in western Iran. In this Beystone inscription, Darius proclaims his lineage and right to rule, and crucially, he attributes his success to Ahura Mazda. Listen to him in his own words. This is from the carved stone, still in 520 BC. By the grace of Ahura Mazda, a life king, Ahura Mazda has granted me the kingdom. Well, you can't argue with that, can't you? He continues to emphasize that it was Mazda's aid that helped him defeat his enemies and brought the rebels to justice. Toward the conclusion of the inscription, Darius makes a moral statement that sounds kind of like a Zoroastrian sermon. It goes like this. As to these provinces which revolted, lies made them revolt. But then Ahura Mazda delivered them into my hand, and I did unto them according to my will. He urges future kings to punish the liars and uphold truth, so that the country will be secure. Through Darius' testimony, we see the Emperor consciously casting himself as a champion of Ashar. He literally credits truth and Ahura Mazda for his victories and blames the rebellions on lies. This alignment of royal duty and the cosmic battle of truth versus falsehood is a pretty stunning hallmark of Zoroastrian influence. In essence, Darius used religion to legitimize his rule. He was a king because the supreme god chose him to be the king, and because he stood on the side of justice and truth, quelling the chaos. But Darius did not stop at proclamations. He organized an empire with a strong emphasis on law and justice. Records show he standardized laws and coinage and facilitated communication, i.e. the royal road and the postal system, all of which can be seen as attempts to impose cosmic order on the earthly realm, mirroring the role of Ahura Mazda's truth, bringing order to the world. While these administrative feats have practical reasons, it's fascinating to consider that Darius may have seen good governance as simply part of his religious duty. But how did outsiders view this? Especially the Greeks. While the Persian kings left important clues, some of our understanding of Zoroastrian practice has to come from outsiders, especially in Achaemenid times. Herodotus, the Greek historian writing in the 5th century BC, gives a famous account of Persian customs, and indirectly perhaps their religious practices. Though not a Persian himself, Herodotus interviewed people who had traveled or lived in the empire, and his generally respectful description seems to corroborate many Zoroastrian features. So according to Herodotus, the Persians, I quote, had no images of the gods, nor temples, nor altars, and considered use of them a sign of folly. Their wont is to ascend the summits of the loftiest mountains, and there to offer sacrifices to Zeus, which is the name they give to the whole circle of the firmament. Now, you heard the word Zeus, right? Well, by Zeus, Herodotus means the Persians' highest god, clearly Ahura Mazda, whom he interprets as a sky god. This description matches the aniconic, that is, no idol worship in Zoroastrianism. Rather than statues, the Persians worshipped in nature, under the open sky. Fire altars on hilltops or mountain shrines were their equivalent of temples. Herodotus even notes that later on, the Persians adopted the worship of an additional deity, Urania, whom he equates with a goddess the Persians called Mithra. Here is likely referencing Mithra, the Zoroastrian Yazata, of covenant and light, showing that by his time Persians honored Mithra and the goddess of fertility, Anaita, alongside Mazda, and only syncretism within the Zoroastrian framework. But Herodotus. See, I'm merging Zoroaster and Herodotus together there, aren't I? Herodotus. Well, Herodotus, rather, also describes Persian sacrifice. He describes it like this. They raise no altar, light no fire, pour no libations. There is no sound of the flute. But the man who wishes to sacrifice brings the victim to a pure spot of ground and calls upon the name of God. This absence of altars and fire in sacrifices might seem a little bit odd, given that Zoroastrians do use fire in ritual. But likely Herodotus means that they did not use altars separate from a natural setting, nor did they make bloody sacrifices on flaming pyres like the Greeks did. Instead, a magus is required to be present and chant hymns during the sacrifice. Herodotus says again, it is not lawful to offer sacrifice unless there is a magus present. It shows the importance of the Magi, the hereditary priestly class, who were by then the guardians of the religious rites. They chanted prayers, probably verses of the Avesta or similar during ceremonies. Herodotus makes other fascinating observations, aligning with Zoroastrian norms. He says that the Persians celebrate their birthdays lavishly, and that they value truth above all. He says, the most disgraceful thing in the world, they think, is to tell a lie, and that even owing debt is bad because the debtor is obliged to tell lies. This reverence for truth-telling is exactly what we expect from followers of a religion exalting the truth. He also notes that they do not urinate or wash in rivers to avoid polluting water which they sacredly regarded. And actually, quite intriguingly, he mentions the funerary practice. Persians, or at least the Magi, exposed dead bodies to be torn by birds or dogs before burial. And this is a clear reference to the Zoroastrian practice of sky burial. They believed a dead body is nasu or unclean, and must not taint earth or fire. So naturally, it's left out to the scavengers. A bit of a horrific sight, I suppose, for modern sensibilities. But that's just the way they did it. I suppose those who were out there having their sky burials probably didn't have much to say about it. To add to Herodotus, another geographer, Strabo, in the 1st century BC, noted that in Cappadocia, that is Anatolia, where many Persians had settled, there were fire temples called Piratheia, that is, fire houses with altars of eternal flame, and Magi tending them, who wore tall hats covering their mouths so as not to pollute the fire with breath. Strabo says that these Magi would sing incantations before the fire every day, holding onto of sacred twigs. He also observes that Persians made sacrifices by striking the animal instead of cutting, to avoid spilling blood on fire or earth directly, and that whenever Persians wanted to sacrifice to any god, they first prayed to fire. All these accounts paint a pretty consistent picture of Zoroastrianism worship in the Achaemenid period. It is aniconic, it is fire-centered, purity-conscious, truth-oriented. The Greeks, accustomed to their statues and temples, found the Persian approach noteworthy, and perhaps in some ways admirably austere. From Darius onward, the Achaemenid games regularly emphasize their relationships with the god of Ahura Mazda. Many royal inscriptions often begin with phrases such as, Xerxes, the king, says, by the favor of Ahura Mazda I built this, or something along the lines of, may Ahura Mazda protect me in my kingdom. For instance, at Persepolis, Xerxes the First, that is, Darius' son, by the way, left inscriptions on his building projects, such as Xerxes the Great King says, "What has been built by me here, all that by the favor of Ahura Mazda I built. Me may Ahura Mazda together with the gods protect, and my kingdom." Notice, together with the gods. The Achaemenids acknowledge the other good deities too, like Mithra and Anahita as helpers of Ahura Mazda. Relatively inclusive, henotheism rather than a strict monotheism. A significant religious declaration by Xerxes appears in what scholars call the Daiva inscription. Xerxes recounts that when he became king, there were certain regions in his realm where people formerly worshipped the demons, devas. Xerxes claims, afterwards by the favor of Ahura Mazda, I destroyed that place of the devas, and I proclaimed, the devas shall not be worshipped any longer. Now, this is pretty remarkable, don't you think? It sounds like an official act of religious reform, or even suppressions of cults deemed to be demonic. The term Daiva in Zoroastrian context refers to the false gods or demons, the very entities that Zoroaster denounced. So, Xerxes is basically saying that he uprooted demon worship somewhere in his empire. We're not entirely sure what the event this corresponds to historically. Some people think it may refer to Xerxes suppressing a rebellion in Babylon, or perhaps quelling unrest in Egypt. But Xerxes framed it in any case on spiritual terms. He portrays himself not just as a king, but as a defender of the true faith, stamping out the worship of false deities in favor of Ahura Mazda. So from this we gather that by the 5th century BCE, Persian kings were confident enough to enforce a sort of centralization of religious policy, at least in some cases. It was likely pragmatic. Rebellions often coalesced around local temples and priesthoods, but the language used, well, it shows the Zoroastrian mindset. Good things destroy the cult of demons. Yet, we should note that the Achaemenids generally remain tolerant of a myriad of religions within their vast domain. They are known to have patronized or held the gods of the Babylonians, Egyptians, Greeks, and others. Darius and Xerxes themselves funded the restoration of temples in Egypt for Egyptian gods, for example. How to reconcile that with Zoroastrian beliefs? Well, likely answer is that Achaemenid policy distinguished between loyalty to the empire and personal beliefs. You see, as long as subject peoples paid tribute and didn't cause any trouble, the kings were content to let them honor their own gods. The empire was simply just too huge and diverse to impose one religion everywhere. It was just not going to work. The kings and their Persian core, however, maintained their devotion to Mazda and the Zoroastrian ethos. It's kind of like the royal family considered Ahura Mazda the universal god, hence their mission to uphold truth everywhere, while recognizing other gods as either local manifestations or perhaps minor beings. One late Achaemenid king took an interesting religious turn. Artaxerxes II, reigning 404 to 359 BCE, explicitly invoked not only Ahura Mazda, but also Mithra and Anahita in his inscriptions. In fact, Artaxerxes II encouraged the cult of Anahita, the goddess of waters, fertility, and wisdom, and reportedly had statues of her erected in various cities. And this is curious because earlier Persians, as Herodotus said, shunned idols. Artaxerxes' introduction of statuary for a deity might represent a kind of syncretic shift, possibly under influence from conquered peoples or a loosening of strict iconoclasm. It could also hint at Zuluvanism or other sub-sects developing by that time. In any case, the mainstream remained very loyal to Ahura Mazda, Mithra, and Anahita as a divine triad, and Artaxerxes II's reign shows how Zoroastrianism was flexible enough to adapt and incorporate new elements. while still maintaining the core. So, during this golden age, as we are going to call it, under the Achaemenids, how did an ordinary Persian experience Zoroastrianism? You see, we talked about kings and inscriptions and all that. It's only natural. That's the sources that we have. But what about daily life and culture? What was that like? Well, we'll do our best, as usual. Every Persian family was expected to tend a household hearth fire, keeping it clean, keeping it alive, a microcosm of the eternal fires. They likely prayed at dawn, noon, and dusk to the rising sun, midday sun and evening glow respectively, as later Zoroastrians do, since sunlight was venerated as the pure light of Ahura Mazda. Major festivals punctuated that year. One key festival was Nowruz, the new year at the spring equinox, and that's still celebrated in Iran today. Nowruz in Achaemenid times was probably a grand affair. It coincided with spring and symbolized renewal. The king of Persepolis received visitors and tribute from across the empire around this time, as depicted in the famous Apadana reliefs of tribune bearers. While the Achaemenid inscriptions don't mention Nowruz by name, later tradition ascribes its celebration to them. We can imagine on Nowruz that Persians might clean their homes, light lamps, feast, and perhaps the Magi would recite prayers for the year's prosperity, invoking Asha to prevail in the coming year. Another likely observance was Mithras festival in autumn, and winter solstice celebrations, what is now Yalda night in Persian custom, by the way. The reverence of natural cycles, seasonal changes, harvest time, and the sun's course, but they all fit the Zoroastrian view of an orderly cosmos. Children will be taught at a young age the importance of truthfulness. There's a famous quote attributed to a Achaemenid era education. Persian boys were, quote, taught to ride, shoot the bow, and speak the truth. Herodotus also mentions this, that the Persians educate their sons from age 5 to 20 in horsemanship, archery, and truth-telling. It reflects the martial society alongside the ethical emphasis. But of course, when Persians died, their elders would also observe the proper rites to avoid polluting the elements. Likely, as Herodotus noted, the corpse would be exposed, perhaps in a secret place or a mountaintop, until the flesh was gone, and then the bones were collected and entombed. This practice continued into later times, and it's a distinctly Zoroastrian one. But the Achaemenid golden age of Zoroastrianism met a violent destruction in the late 4th century BCE, when Alexander of Macedon overthrew the Persian Empire. Zoroastrian tradition remembers Alexander not as great, but as Alexander the Accursed. Why were they so angry? That's a pretty poor review, isn't it? Because Alexander's conquest had devastating consequences for the Zoroastrian religion. Macedonian troops looted and burned royal palaces, and most tragically, Persepolis was set aflame. According to some Greek sources, because all the Macedonians had just gotten drunk and lost control of themselves. Later Zoroastrian writings accuse Alexander of burning their sacred texts and destroying the fire temples. It is said that the original Avesta manuscripts, which were, by legend, derisively written on cowhides in gold ink and kept in royal archives, lost in those fires. It is no wonder that they do not call him Alexander the Great. Whilst all these accounts are likely exaggerated or symbolic, i.e. blaming the foreign conqueror for absolutely every loss, well, there is a bit of truth that the religious infrastructure suffered. Many magi were killed, many temples desecrated, And with the patronage of the Persian kings gone, Zoroastrianism lost its state sponsorship. And the Seleucid Greeks who followed, and then the Parthian Empire, another Persian dynasty that later reigned in power from 247 BCE, but it was less centralized. The faith survived, but in a less organized form. Local priesthoods kept the flame alive in villages, and families, oral traditions preserved the hymns and prayers, but there was no single imperial authority enforcing orthodoxy or supporting large temple complexes along the region. Thus, the fall of the Achaemenid Empire marked the end of the First Golden Age. Yet, the religion itself persisted among the people of Iran. For some 5 centuries after Alexander, Zoroastrianism was practiced, all without an empire, a testament on how deeply rooted it was in Iranian culture. But then, in the 3rd century CE, a new Persian empire arose that not only rivaled the Achaemenids in power, but also actively revived Zoroastrianism and took it to new heights. Enter the Sasanian Empire. Alright, so let's talk about the Sasanian Empire. Now, if you're still watching at this point, I'd like you to click that subscribe button and the like button that helps me in the algorithm. Now with the begging out of the way, after centuries of Hellenistic and Parthian rule, Iran was reunited by a dynasty that deliberately sought to restore the glory of ancient Persia. The Sasanian Empire, 224 to 651 CE, was founded by the ardent Zoroastrians that made their faith a core pillar of statecraft. If one were to name a true golden age of Zoroastrianism, well, the Sasanian era is probably it. You see, it's a little different from before. Here we see a formalization of the religion, the compilation of sacred texts, a powerful clergy influencing the government, and the faith's expansion and defense amid a changing world of the new religions. Think of Manichaeism, Christianity. All these challenged its supremacy in Persia. So let's dive into this epic with stories of visionary kings and formidable priests of reforms, and also religious zeal that sometimes turned persecution of dissent. This was an age where the sacred fire burned brighter than ever in the royal courts, when the priests wore badges of office and wielded scepters of sacred wood. And when the Zoroastrian worldview influenced everything from the justice system even to the calendar. The story begins with Ardashir I, the founder of the Sasanian dynasty, reigning from 224 to 241. Ardashir was notably the son, or perhaps the grandson, of a Zoroastrian high priest named Sasan. In fact, the name Sasanian comes from Sasan. Legend has it that Sasan was the custodian of a fire temple in the province of Persis, Pars, and Ardashir inherited both royal ambition and devout faith from his lineage. Under the last Parthian king, Artabanus IV, Ardashir was a feudal lord who rose in rebellion. He systematically conquered neighboring regions of Iran, rallying not just his warriors, but also magi and zealots who were eager to throw off what they saw as the impious rule of the Parthians. Now, remember, the Parthians, though they were Iranian, were, I'd say they were relatively lax in religious manners, and they were more on the Greek side of things. In 224, Ardashir defeated Artabanus in the Battle of Hormozd-Khan, and declared himself the Shah, the King of Kings. And then, the Persian Empire was effectively restored, in a true Persian sense. But what is fascinating is how Ardashir immediately set about reviving the old ways as the ideological backbone of his new empire. he is said to have received the divine power, that royal glory, Zoroastrian concept, and justified his rebellion by claiming the support of Ahura Mazda. Think about how in Chinese tradition you have the mandate of heaven, kind of like that. A Middle Persian document known as the Letter of Tansar, Tansar being a chief priest who supported Ardashir, provides a little insight into this. In this letter, addressed to a local ruler, the priest Tansar explains and justifies Ardashir's reforms, unifying the faith, codifying laws, and purifying the Zoroastrian practice. Although compiled later, it likely echoes the real policies Ardashir undertook. He centralized the Zoroastrian church, elevated a single Mobedan, Mobed, that is the chief priest, and worked together scattered holy texts. Ardashir's efforts are confirmed by later histories too. He made Zoroastrianism the state religion, and he and his priest, Tansar, are credited with collecting the holy texts and finally establishing a unified doctrine. So imagine the scene at Ardashir's court in Ctesiphon, the new capital on the Tigris River. Ardashir invites Herobands and Dastuns as scholarly priests from all provinces. With great ceremony built in a grand fire temple, they recite from memory the ancient prayers and hymns. Scribes using a newly developed Avestan alphabet, derived from the Aramaic characters, write down these verses for the first time. Now that would have been an enormous undertaking, turning an entirely oral tradition into written scripture. According to tradition, it wasn't fully completed until a later king's reign, but Ardashir began the process by fixing the canon of the Avesta. The Sasanians ensured the preservation of Zoroastrian teachings beyond the variability of oral transmission. Indeed, many of these texts are written in what we have today as the Zend Avesta. Ardashir's reign set the tone, that's for sure. The Zoroastrian clergy gained prestige and state support, unprecedented since Darius' time. One anecdote indicates that Ardashir's close relationship with the faith. At his investiture, he is depicted in a rock relief, receiving the royal diadem from Ahura Mazda himself, who mirrors the king's stance. In this relief, Ardashir's predecessor lies trampled under the king's horns, and the evil spirit Ahriman lies trampled under Ahura Mazda's horns. That sounds pretty cool, huh? It is a powerful visual metaphor that Ardashir's victory over the Parthians was like a victory over Anglo Menu, casting the former regime as aligned with darkness, and the new aligned with Ahura Mazda. And so, to consolidate his empire, Ardashir was not general to dissenters. Some sources say he was less tolerant than the Achaemenids had been. At first, non-Zoroastrians, like certain Manichaean sects or Hindu minorities, faced restrictions. Yet perhaps recalling the old imperial wisdom, Ardashir's son, Shapur I, would relax this, adopting a more stance of inclusion. In any case, by Ardashir's death in 241, Zoroastrianism had become deeply embedded in the imperial structure. From coinage, where kings now commonly had a fire altar depicted, and titles like Master Worshipper, all the way to administration, the religion was not just a personal matter, it was a matter of state. Shapur I, reigning 241 to 272, inherited a strong empire and took it to new heights, not just militarily, but culturally. He is famous for his conflicts with the Roman Empire, defeating 3 Roman emperors, and he even managed to capture one alive and being Valerian, which was an unprecedented humiliation for Rome. On his triumphant inscription at Nask el-Rustam, Shapur calls himself Mazda worshipping, divine Shapur, king of kings of Iran and non-Iran, divine lineage, proudly affirming our master's faith. He also refers to his father as the master worshipping divinity Ardashir, indicating that Ardashir was deified upon death. Under Shapur I, the Zoroastrian clergy's influence grew further, and no one man exemplifies this more than Kartir, the magus who rose to become the empire's chief priest. In fact, Kartir's own inscriptions survive, and they're pretty damn good. He served not only Shapur I, but also Shapur's successors for several decades, accumulating titles and powers. Kartir recounts how Shapur established many fire altars, called Atash Bahram fires, by the way, across the empire and made the Magi prosperous. As Kartir's authority increased, especially under King Bahram II, he took on the role of a virtual Grand Inquisitor of the faith. In his inscription on the Kabayan Zartosht, cube-shaped stone structure at Naksh Esratam, Kartir declares, "To be prominent and revered Mazdayasnian religion, and the heretical and ill-prepared persons who did not follow proper ordinance of the religion, I punished them with corporal punishment and rebuked them. Many would become unfaithful. I made faithful again. There were many who followed the doctrines of demons. By my effort they abandoned those doctrines and accepted the teachings of the gods." These words give us a very vivid picture. Kartir is basically boasting about quashing the heretics and deviant cults, forcing people back to orthodoxy, now that there was an orthodoxy to be forced back to. And the term heretical men possibly refers to the Manichaeans or other sects, labeled doctrines of the Devas, or any religion not aligned with master worship. Kartir even claims to have established many new fire temples and instituted proper religious services and festivals throughout the empire. One specific target of Zoroastrian ire was the prophet Mani, who during Shapur I's reign founded a new syncretic religion called Manichaeism, drawing from Christianity, Buddhism, and Zoroastrian ideas. Shapur, being relatively tolerant and interested in new ideas, had permitted Mani to preach for a while. They even invited him to the court for a debate. However, after Shapur's death, Mani had lost his protector. Under Bahram I, with Kartir's urging, Mani was arrested and brutally executed. In fact, some state that he was flayed alive and his skin stuffed with straw. Manichaeans were labeled heretics, and persecution of them continued. Kartir doesn't mention Mani by name in his inscription, possibly because Mani's execution was widely known, but he does take credit for purifying the land of false teachings. Kartir's extraordinary influence indicates a church-state fusion. He was given governmental powers, judge of the empire, master of ceremonies, things like this. And he even had honorific titles like Kartir, soul saver of King Bahram. Never before had a priest in Iran wielded such temporal authority. This was indeed a golden age for the Magi caste. The status was only second to the king. Zoroastrian doctrine was enforced as law in many respects. One example being Kartir mentioning that he promoted many kin marriages, referring to the Zoroastrian practice of next of kin marriages. He's effectively saying that he encouraged the faithful to follow even controversial practices strictly, demonstrating zeal for every aspect of the tradition. However, not all Sasanian rulers were as tolerant as intolerant rather as Kartir. Shapur himself had a pretty open mind. He even allowed a Greek philosophy school to flourish on Gonda Shapur, and didn't force any conversions at all. After Kartir's heyday, there was a pullback from theocracy. In the late 3rd century, There was even a movement or sect within Zoroastrianism known as Zoroastrianism, which viewed Time, Zorovan, as the primordial god, who gave birth to Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, while the Orthodox Magi, of course, frowned on the Zoroastrian doctrine. It showed that there was theological diversity and debate during this golden age. So the everyday practice of Zoroastrianism among the Sasanians began to become more standardized. Fire temples, known as Atash Kadeh, were established in urban centers and holy sites. 3 great fires acquired legendary status as the highest great fires in the empire, each associated with one of 3 classes of society. The first is Adur Fanbak, the fire of the priests, reportedly located in Pars, that is Persia proper. We have Adur Bushnas, the fire of the warriors, located in Kazaka in Media, modern-day Azerbaijan. The fire was highly esteemed by Sasanian monarchs, who were of the warrior class, by the way, who visit there for its blessings and said to symbolize the empire's military glory. In fact, legends say that Adur Gushnas had burned since the dawn of time, and that miraculous healings were associated with it. And then there is Adur Burzen Mir, the fire of the farmers, or the common folk in Parthia, northeast Iran. Pilgrimage to these great fires was part of a royal ritual. For example, it's recounted that kings would go to Adur Gushnas after coronations or victories to give thanks. There's one story, perhaps apocryphal, but worth telling, of the final Sasanian emperor, Yazdegerd III's father, visiting Adur Gushnas and going on foot out of reverence as he approached the sanctuary. Even if legendary, it shows a bit of reverence accorded to these holy sites. Zoroastrian priests in this era were organized in a hierarchy. At the top was the Mobedan Mobed, chief of chiefs of the Magi, kind of like an archbishop. Below him were the Mobeds, district priests, herdbats, learned priests and teachers, and Magi serving at local temples. They maintained the fire rituals meticulously, tending the flame day and night, feeding it with dry wood and frankincense, straining the air as they breathed through a cloth to keep impurities out, and reciting the Avestan prayers for hours a day. The liturgy for each day, month, and year was defined. Yasna, sacrificial liturgy in temples, and seasonal Gaham Bard festivals to mark the creation's 6 stages throughout the year. The reason why this is Zoroastrians believed the world was created in 6 steps, each celebrated in a seasonal festival. Kings participated in these festivals as pious Zoroastrians. Sasanian law was heavily influenced by religious doctrine. The courts often deferred to the Dastur, religious jurist, on matters of family law, purity laws, and even criminal punishment. Sin and crime were somewhat blurred. A serious sin like consorting with demons by practicing sorcery, but that was also a state crime. It was somewhat frowned upon. The Zoroastrian emphasis on cleansing of sin found legal form in fines and penances. Texts like the Vendidad, a section of the Avesta, enumerate purification rituals and penalties for various offenses. These were consulted in Sasanian jurisprudence. If somebody killed an otter, considered a sacred animal in Zoroastrianism, by the way, as it was thought to fight evil creatures in the water, the Vendidad says it's a grievous sin. And if a person's dog died due to their neglect, heavy penance were due. Dogs were sacred animals too. The Sasanian court, guided by priests, would enforce such codes, which to an outsider might seem unusual, especially at the time. But to a Zoroastrian, they were essential to maintaining the cosmic and solar order. Culturally, the Zoroastrian worldview permeated literature and education. literature and education, rather. Why did I say it like that? The Sasanian period saw the gathering of ancient legends and epic tales of kings and heroes, many of which carried Zoroastrian moral themes into what was later compiled the Book of Lords, and ultimately distilled in the great epic Shahnameh many centuries later. These stories, like those of Rostam or of the early mythical kings, often illustrate the triumphs of Ashur over the Druze, feature wise sages, often depicted as magi, guiding kings on all sorts of matters. One charming anecdote from the Sasanian period involves King Shapur II in his youth. Now, the story goes that Shapur was actually crowned in utero, as in his father died while his mother was pregnant, so they symbolically crowned the unborn child to thwart court intrigues. But later, as a boy, Shapur was educated by magi. He became devout and earned the nickname Dul Akhtar, he who pierces shoulders, because of his zeal he unpunished unruly Arab nomads by pinning their shoulders, a harsh measure attributed to his strictness in defending Iran and its faith. While this anecdote might be colored by later legend, it suggests that by the 4th century, Persian kings were expected to be guardians of not just the realm, but the religion, even from childhood. However, the Sasanian Golden Age was not without its challenges. New rivals in faith emerged, Christianity spread in the western provinces, and many Persians became Christians, which put them in a delicate position whenever Persia fought with the Christian Roman or Byzantine Empire. Some Sasanian kings, like Yazdegerd I, initially showed tolerance or even friendliness towards Christians, ending in the scorn of Magi, who dubbed him Yazdegerd the Sinful for favoring non-Zoroastrians. Later, when the Roman Emperor Constantine declared himself a protector of Christians in Persia, Shapur II reacted by increasing pressure on Persian Christians, fearing they'd be a fifth column for Rome. This led to episodes of persecution of Christians. Many Persian Christian martyrs date to Shapur II's time. Have a read through Fox's Book of Martyrs, who talks a bit about that. Interesting piece of work. So while Zoroastrianism was supreme, it had to jostle with these growing minorities. Unlike under the Achaemenids, now Zoroastrianism had a formalized clergy and scripture, making it perhaps less pluralistic in attitude. The Magi often demanded conformity, but the kings had to balance that with the practical reality of how diverse their subjects were. Too much conformity. Well, you might have a rebellion on your hands. One such balancing act actually occurred under Khosrow I in 531-579. Now that is Khosrow I Anushirvan, often regarded as the epitome of a philosopher king in Iran. Khosrow's reign is sometimes called the Second Golden Age of Sasanian culture. He reformed the bureaucracy, promoted scholarship, even though the Greek philosophers fleeing Justinian's Christianization of the Eastern Roman Empire, and patronized translations of texts from Greek, Sanskrit, and Syriac into Middle Persian. He's said to have completed the writing down of the Avesta and its extensive Zand commentaries, ensuring that the canon was securely preserved. Khosrow was an orthodox Zoroastrian, but he also enjoyed learned debates. Under him, the Academy of Bundeshapur flourished, blending Greek, Persian, and Indian knowledge. I ought to be in a place like that. One can only imagine it. One famous anecdote about Khosrow combines his devotion and ruthlessness. The story of Mazdak. So who was Mazdak? He was a reformer, a preacher, in the late 5th century, under Khosrow's father, Kavad, who taught a radical social creed of communal wealth and even communal marriages, almost like a proto-communist vision grounded in a mix of Zoroastrianism and Banding and Manichaean ideas. Nasdaq argued that eliminating greed and inequality by sharing property and even spouses would eliminate violence, thus helping the cause of good in the cosmic struggle. Now, initially, that won King Karad's support as a way to curb the aristocracy. But of course, the aristocracy itself and the Magi were frankly horrified by this idea. When Khosrow I took power, he sided with the Orthodox establishment against the Mazdakites. According to legend, Khosrow invited Mazdak and his followers to a garden where he had pits dug, and the men were buried alive upside down with only their legs sticking out, before executing Mazdak as well. That's a pretty grisly tale, while perhaps embellished, symbols how the Sasanians quashed deviations that threatened the social order. Khosrow thereafter researched traditions, Zoroastrian values, and social norms, earning him the epithet Anushirvan, the Just. Under Khosrow I, and briefly his grandson Khosrow II in the early 7th century, the Sasanian Empire reached a zenith in territory, prosperity, and cultural output. Zoroastrian symbolism was everywhere. The royal crown wore a winged crescent, possibly representing the Phra, or divine glory. Coins showed the ever-burning fire flanked by attendants, and rock relief showed kings receiving investiture from a Guru Master or attending fire altars. The sense that king and priest, the twin pillars of society, was never before stronger than this. One might even say the relationship was the king protects the faith, and the priest preserves the king's soul. But of course, when he climbed to the top of the mountain, the only way to go was down. By the 7th century, storm clouds had gathered. The long wars with the Eastern Roman Empire weakened both great powers. Meanwhile, in Arabia, a new faith was born, Islam. The Arab tribes, unified by fervor, swept out in conquest. The fall of the Sasanian Empire to the Arab Muslim armies in the 630s to 50s was swift and dramatic. The last emperor, Yazdegerd III, was unable to rally a fractured nobility. He became a fugitive, was killed in 651, marking the end of 400 years of Sasanian rule. How did it all happen? It couldn't have been that easy, right? Well, in the next part of the video, we're going to discuss the fall of Zoroastrianism, the fall of those empires in which it flourished. Well, for Zoroastrianism, this whole event was even greater than the upheaval of Alexander's conquest. For Islamic rule of the next century gradually supplanted Zoroastrian institutions. Fire temples were extinguished and converted into mosques. The Magi lost their state's hold, many had to flee or go into hiding, or worse. Over time, the majority of Persians adopted Islam. Zoroastrianism dwindled into a minority faith. Some communities persisted in Iran, especially in the Yazd and Kerman region, and later went to India, forming a Parsi community. The once grand libraries of Pakistan literature were largely lost, and only a fraction of texts survived in the priestly memory to be written down later. Thus, the end of the Sasanian Golden Age marks the sunset of Zoroastrian dominance in its homeland. But that is something we will talk about next time, because there is certainly a lot to talk about with it. Fortunately, as we extinguish our imaginative duo, we'll conclude with something to have a brief refresher without retreading old ground. Let's just have a quick reminder about Zoroastrianism at its zenith. To understand the fall, we must recall how things were. So from the 3rd to the 7th century CE, under the Sasanian Empire, Zoroastrianism reigns the imperial religion across Iran and its sphere. The Sasanian kings called themselves master-worshipping majesty, and closely allied with the Zoroastrian priesthood. Holy fires burned in grand temples, supported by the state, and one such temple, the Atul Mushnas, reportedly blazed for centuries, a symbol of Persia's eternal glory. The high priest, Qadir, a prominent 3rd century cleric, left inscriptions boasting of expanding the good religion's influence and suppressing rival creeds. By the early 600s, Zoroastrianism was deeply entrenched, not only in Persia proper, but also in Central Asia, Somalia, Bactria, and even in communities along the Silk Road. The faith's presence extended into Armenia and the Caucasus, and the Zoroastrian diaspora had reached as far as Arabia, and perhaps India through trading. Yet this prominence masked vulnerabilities. The Sasanian Empire was in a state of complete exhaustion after decades of war with Byzantium, lacking the Western Roman Empire, and internally things weren't much better. Some subjects resented the strict religious hierarchy. In the mid-7th century, the new political force, the Arab armies of Islam, burst onto the scene. And as we shall see, the confrontation between Zoroastrian Persia and the nascent Islam would prove to be a turning point. But it is crucial to note that not all Zoroastrianism completely vanished overnight with a single battle, nor has it vanished completely from the world. There's plenty of them still left. But the decline was a gradual process, with several stages and regional variations. And with that in mind, and being somewhat refreshed on the situation, let us now begin with the decline of Zoroastrianism. The Final War. The Last Stand of Sasanian Persia. In the year 636, on the dusty plains in Mesopotamia of Al-Qadisiyah, the Persian and Arab forces clashed in a battle that many chroniclers mark as the beginning of the end. According to Muslim historian Al-Tabari, ill omens abounded for the Persians. The legendary battle of Persia, the Derach-e-Kafian, was said to be captured, and the Elephant Corps panicked. The Persian general Rustam fell, and the road to the imperial capital lay completely open. A few years later, in 642, the decisive battle of Nahravan in Lydia sealed Persia's fate. Arab and Sasanian armies met in what Persians later remembered as a catastrophe. The someone describes Nahravan as a major turning point in Iranian history. The Sasanian army was never without its fortified position and massacred in a mountain defile. Later Islamic sources dubbed the victory Fath al-Futur, the victory of victories, because never again will the Zoroastrian Persians feel an imperial army capable of resisting the Muslim Caliphate. After Nahravan, the young Sasanian emperor, Yazdegerd III, became a fugitive, desperately trying to salvage what was left of his empire. As Arab columns advanced, Yazdegerd fled east, from province to province, from Kirman to Isfahan, to Sistan, and onward to Mer in Central Asia. In Zoroastrian tradition, both the priest carried the embers of sacred fires along Taken from the Genghis Khans and the Chinese court of the Tang dynasty. Chinese chroniclers even record envoys from the last Persian Shah seeking refuge. But actual help never arrived in time. In 651 CE, according to modern Islamic chronicles, Yazdegerd met a prosaic and tragic end. He was murdered at a mill in Merv, betrayed by a local miller for the king's purse and clothes. Al-Tabari relates that the accursed miller presented the slain monarch's signet in ring to Arab authorities, only to be executed himself for regicide. A grim irony for the tale. With Yazdegerd's death, the 2,500-year-old tradition of Iranian kingship was extinguished, and with it, the Zoroastrian temple lost its patronage. As one modern historian succinctly puts it, with the death of Yazdegerd III, the Zoroastrian faith, which had been the state religion for more than 1,000 years, was deposed. Islam took its place as the national religion of Persia. And the first step down into the basement of history. The fall of the Sasanian Empire marks the symbolic fall of Zoroastrianism, at least as a political force. But of course, the story is not over yet. The early Islamic era in Iran. In the immediate aftermath after conquest, Zoroastrianism did not just disappear. Rather, into a new phase under Muslim rule. The Arab conquerors, coming from a different religious background, had to decide what they were going to do with the fire worshippers, whom they called Al-Majus. There's no explicit mention of Zoroastrians in the Quran's list of peoples of the book. They weren't Jews, they weren't Christians. What were they going to do with them? Practical governance compelled a solution. Islamic tradition holds that the Prophet Muhammad himself had a precedent for this. He reportedly accepted jizya, that is a tribute tax from the Zoroastrians of Ayar, Bahrain, during his lifetime. Following that, the second caliph, Umar ibn al-Khattab, eventually granted Zoroastrians protection status, his dhimma, allowing them to continue their religion in exchange for paying the tax. That religion was an authority. Early Muslim historians, like al-Baladuri, even mentioned Persian Zoroastrians in Yemen and elsewhere submitting and paying the tax, rather than being forced to convert. However, this form of tolerance on the surface came with a strings attached. As these, Zoroastrians were subject to so-called legal restrictions and disabilities. Contemporary accounts and later chronicles describe a pattern of increasing pressure. The 9th century Zoroastrian chronicle bitterly notes that after the Arab conquest, the empire of Iran was given over to the Devas of Wrath, a reference to the demons, and the adherents of Mazda were scattered. Muslim sources acknowledged episodes of persecution and resistance themselves. For example, when the city of Istakar, near Persepolis, rebelled against Arab rule around 650, it faced a retribution that was ruthless. Arab forces massacred thousands of its inhabitants and destroyed the fire temples. One local tradition cited Islamic era historians recounts how in Istakar the defeated Persians were slaughtered until the plain was covered with the dead. In Gorgan, by the Caspian, an Arab general, Al-Halab, is said to have literally carried out a gory vow. He had so many Persian captives decapitated that their blood ran a watermill for an entire day. numbers are likely exaggerated. Some sources speak of 100,000 slain at a single battle. Such accounts, even if propagandistic, reflect the collective memory of conquest. But more common than mass violence was the slow grind of the wheels of conversion, either by incentive or attrition. We hear in the history of Bukhara that in newly conquered cities, Arab governors offered gold to any Zoroastrian who was willing to embrace Islam. Many Persians superficially converted to obtain economic benefits or avoid the jizya and other indignities. One Persian scholar later remarked this wave of conversion. Many converted to escape the systematic abuse. Others accepted Islam because their employment in industrial work involved defiling fire, which their old faith forbade. Indeed, traditional Zoroastrian purity laws made certain occupations, smithing for instance, risks polluting fire, and somewhat religiously problematic. So converting to Islam could ironically free one to pursue a livelihood without guilt. Over generations, these problematic conversions only accumulated. By the late 8th century, the once dominant faith was visibly shrinking in major urban centers. Zoroastrians were often relegated to quarters outside the main city or to rural enclaves. A Muslim geographer, writing in the 9th century, observed that Zoroastrians had largely evacuated from their cities and retreated to villages or specific towns, being deemed najis, ritually impure, by their Muslim neighbors. Zoroastrians began to dress distinctively to avoid harassment. Some sources mention sumptuary laws requiring them to wear colored patches or belted garments. Their fire temples, lacking state support, were often abandoned or repurposed by the invaders. Many fire shrines simply decayed. Others were outright converted. Archaeological and written evidence shows in the places like Bukhara and Istakar, fire-filled ruins became the foundations of newly built mosques. Often a mihrab niche was plastered onto the wall, where the sacred fire once burned, orienting the structure toward Mecca, and thus transforming it into a mosque. One such example is the Magogia Valley Mosque in Bukhara, which archaeological studies suggest was constructed on top of an earlier Zoroastrian temple. The very name, Magogi, implies an underground, perhaps hidden, fire shrine that predated the mosque. But it would be wrong to think that the Zoroastrians went swiftly or quietly. Pockets of resistance and resilience persisted for centuries within the Islamic realm. In the province of Fars, the old Persian homeland, Bakram and other nobles briefly tried to rally around local Zoroastrian princelings in the 650s, but these attempts were short-lived. The rugged region of Tabaristan and the Caspian coast remained independent under a Zoroastrian princely line, the Tabriids, well into the 8th century, defiantly outside the caliph's control. Even after Tabaristan's eventual subjugation in 760, elements of the old religion persisted in secret for a time. Throughout the 8th and 9th centuries, a series of Persian revolt movements had distinctly Zoroastrian or syncretic overtones. For instance, the rebellion of Sumbad in 755, who claimed to avenge a Persian hero, or the uprising of Barak Khurramdin in Azerbaijan, 816 to 837, whose followers, the Khurramis, practiced a blend of Persian and heterodox Islamic beliefs. While these revolts were crushed by the Abbasid Caliphate, they demonstrate that the memory of the old faith could still inspire resistance among the Persians long after the fall By the 10th century, Islam was firmly dominant in Iran, but the Zoroastrians were still there in the pockets. In fact, medieval Islamic writers give us surprising evidence of the faith's continuance, albeit at a diminished footprint. The eminent 10th century Arab historian al-Masudi, writing around 956 CE from Baghdad, noted that Zoroastrianism, for the time being, continued to exist in many parts of Iran. He goes on to list regions in almost all the Iranian provinces. The Iranians venerate many fire temples in Iraq, Fars, Kirman, Sistan, Kurdistan, Kabalistan, Al-Jabal, Azerbaijan, and Alam. Al-Masudi even adds that traces of the faith were present beyond Iran, in places like Sindh and the Indian subcontinent. This account is corroborated by medieval geographers. The 10th century writer Istakri found the desert city of Yaz was still largely Zoroastrian, and al-Maqdisi, around 985, noted that Kirman province had many Magians. One Abbasid anecdote relates the Caliph al-Mustasim, reigned 33 to 42, who learned of an overzealous local Muslim leader who destroyed the Zoroastrian fire temple. The Caliph allegedly punished that official, and even allowed the Vikings to rebuild their shrine. Now, why this happened? Well, it suggests that at times central authorities preferred to keep the Zoroastrians paying taxes rather than provoke them into a rebellion by extreme persecution. Makes sense. Still, the overall trend was one of decline. The old Zoroastrian clergy, having lost their fire temples and endowments, dwindled in number. Many priests quickly converted or left for friendlier lands. The sanctity of fire itself was sometimes hard to maintain in hostile surroundings. Zoroastrian texts from the early Islamic times, like the Denkard or the Bayats, lament the loss of knowledge and the scattering of the holy texts. The tradition of the Denkard compares the state of the Zoroastrian religion after the Arab conquest to a throne without its legs, tottering and unstable. Some devout communities, however, resolved to preserve what they could, however they could. We have found the clans in Fars and Kerman that kept the fires burning in secret. The village of Kham in Fars, for example, maintained their hidden sanctuary of fire for generations. In the Persian heartland, two regions emerged as bastions of the Imam faith, Yazd and Kerman. Isolated in the central deserts and mountains, these areas were relatively tolerant, what is removed from full force of the caliph's cultural pressures. By the 11th and 12th centuries, travelers described Yazd as a haven for Zoroastrians. The Venetian traveler Marco Polo, passing through Persia in 1272, called Yazd a good and noble city, and noted that Zoroastrians, as he called them, fire worshippers, were still present there, keeping the old ways well and truly alive. He recounted an especially vivid anecdote near the village of Saba. Locals told him three ancient tombs housed the bodies of the three Magi, the wise men, and the least Christians did in war. Skeptical, all pressed for more information, and after a few days' journey away, he found a place called Kala Afghanistan, meaning castle of the fire worshippers. And the name is rightly applied, he writes, for the people there do worship fire. His primary account by Polo, essentially a foreigner stumbling upon a surviving Zoroastrian community, is a poignant illustration of how fragmented and localized Zoroastrianism had become by the 13th century. These remnant communities were pockets of the old faith in a vastly changed world. Indeed, by the late medieval period, Zoroastrians in Iran were small minorities, often impoverished and frequently marginalized. during the Mongol and Timur invasions, less 13th, 14th centuries roundabout. They sat alongside the other Persians, some of the Muslim rulers like the Safavids in the 16th century. They were imposed strict Shia Islamic norms that further pressured non-Muslims. There are recorded instances in Safavid times of Zoroastrians being forced to wear a distinctive badge to shout out disclaimers when walking in the rain, and it's a Muslim would not inadvertently touch the same wet ground and be understood. Example of extreme social stigma, reminiscent of the untouchables of India, this kind of thing. By the 18th and 19th centuries, observers described Zoroastrians of Yazd and Kerman as a downtrodden lot, heavily taxed, forced to live in segregated neighborhoods, periodically facing forcible conversion. Yet remarkably they endured. The Berlin Zoroastrian proverb from those dark times says, "Our state is like the cypress tree, ever green, but ever bending under the storm." The countenance the resilience of the community determined to keep the flame of the Ramna with mind alive at all costs. While Iran rules the heartland, Zoroastrianism's decline in favor of the Nordic regions too, and often in quite unique ways. Particularly in the Central Asian regions such as Transylvania, modern-day Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, and also Kurdistan, where Zoroastrianism had coexisted with Buddhism and the local pagan cults before Islam came along. The Sogdian cities like Samarkand and Bukhara had fire temples and class of priests, and they too were the charges of the Islamic expansion. The Arab general, Qutayba ibn Muslim, conquered Bukhara and Samarkand in the early 8th century. Initially, the new rulers faced resistance and slow conversions. The history of Bukhara by Ashaki provides a fascinating glimpse of this transitional period. According to that work, when Qutayba first took Bukhara, he ordered that half of every household's property be given to the Arab settlers. Building up was complied by moving out of the city and building new villas outside the walls. Some of these estates were specifically known as the village of the Magians. Suburban enclaves where Zoroastrians continued to live and worship. Ashaki writes that in the Magian villas, there were 3 fire temples of the Magians in this district, with fine and pleasant gardens. So this suggests that even after the Arab conquest of Bukhara, around 709 CE, the Zoroastrian gentry maintained their religion on the outskirts for some time. Over the 8th and 9th centuries, though, these communities gradually dwindled. Ashaki later notes that by the mid-10th century, those once valuable Magian estates had fallen into ruin, and nobody wanted to buy them because of oppression and lack of clemency towards the Magians. An even earlier perspective on Central Asia comes from the Chinese Buddhist pilgrim Xuanzang, who traveled throughout the region in the 630s, just before Islam's arrival. Xuanzang found that in places like Samarkand, Buddhism was in decline, and people mostly followed what he and the Buddhists termed the weird demons, likely referring to Zoroastrian or local pre-Islamic practices. One incident recorded in his biography tells of Xuanzang intervening to save the lives of 2 Buddhist monks in Samarkand who had run afoul of the local religion. He could not bear to see them mutilated, and he convinced the king to spare them. Monks intended punishment, mutilation for offending local custom, hints at the intolerance of the Sogdian fire worshippers toward the Buddhist icons, implying Zoroastrian zeal at the time. Thus on the eve of Islam, Zoroastrianism in Central Asia was robust enough to persecute its rivals. Ironically, soon after, those same fire temples would be extinguished or converted under the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates as Islam became dominant. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Central Asia's Zoroastrians had mostly either been converted to Islam or had simply left. A number likely fled eastward to China, where a Sogdian diaspora had established itself in Tang Dynasty cities. Chinese historical records indicate that by the 8th century, there were active Zoroastrian Xianjiao temples in Chang'an and Luoyang. Chang'an being the old name for Xi'an. It's still a quite nice city in China to this day. They were primarily Southern Persian and Sogdian merchant communities. The cosmopolitan Tang Dynasty generally tolerated foreign religions. Revival Zoroastrianism was one of the Persian religions. In 845, the Tang Emperor Zoro instigated a notorious persecution of foreign faiths, mostly directed at Buddhism.
Early crowd.
Yes, Buddhism is a foreign faith to China. It comes from India.
I'm a night owl, not a early bird.
Also targeted Zoroastrians and Christians. One edict concerning the Zoroastrians was quite blunt, declaring, as for the Syrians or Persian Zoroastrian forms of worship, since Buddhism has already been cast out, these heresies alone must not be allowed to survive. People belonging to these were compelled to return to the world, i.e., secular life. As for foreigners practicing these rites, let them be returned to their own countries. The edict ordered Zoroastrian priests in China to discard their sacred robes and cease their ceremonies. Temples were closed. In Chang'an, besides two prominent fire orders were confiscated by the state. After 845, Zoroastrianism in China virtually vanished. The remaining Persian families were assimilated wherever they left. It's likely that from the mid-9th century onward, Central Asia and East Asia harbored no organized Zoroastrian communities, aside from a few pockets that might have quietly persisted for a generation or two. An ancient faith that had once spanned continents was now largely confined to a few isolated enclaves in Iran and a budding expatriate community in India, which we will turn to next. Of course, one of the most consequential outcomes of the fall of Zoroastrianism in Iran was the migration of Persian Zoroastrians to India, that would be known as the Parsis, meaning of course Persian. According to the Roman traditional epic, the story of Sanjan, composed in 1599 by a priest relating much longer the whole history, the group of Zoroastrian refugees fled Iran by sea, sometime during the 8th and 10th centuries, to escape religious persecution. The simple which in the symbolic narrative, the Gautam exile, led by a Dastur, a priest, carrying the sacred fire, Atash Bahram, landed on the shores of Gujarat in western India. The local Hindu ruler, often named Jari Dana, was initially suspicious of the newcomers. As the Kisar relates, the king sent the Zoroastrians a brimming bowl of milk. The word was missing, but his land was full and had no room for others. In response, the Zoroastrian priest gently stirred the spoon with sugar into the milk, which dissolved without overflowing, thus sweetening it. This clever demonstration conveyed, we will blend into your society, just like sugar in milk, enriching it without displacing anyone. It's pretty good, huh? Impressed by this gesture, the king granted the asylum, but he set conditions that the Persians adopt the royal dress and language, that they lay down their arms, and that they are married in the community, conditions to which the Zoroastrians agreed, swearing to abide by local laws while keeping their faith intact. Sounds like a pretty good deal, doesn't it? And I love that milk and sugar analogy. And so began the Parsi presence in India. They established a settlement at Sangha, named after the city Iran they reportedly came from, and true to their promise, gradually adopted the regional language, that being Gujarati, and many of the local customs. Yet, internally, they preserved their Zoroastrian religion further. The Kisa Sanjan, details how they enthroned the sacred fire, called Iran Shah, a new fire temple at Sanjan, kindled with embers born from their homeland's fire. This fire, tended by priests, became the living link to the lost world of Sasanian glory. Over time, the Parsis spread to other towns, Navsari, Ujjwala, Bombay, Mumbai. But they remained a close-knit community, cherishing the Avesta scriptures and the memory of Iran Shah. Notably, while Zoroastrianism's reign in Iran, in India, it found not only refuge, but a chance for revival. Though direct contemporary records from the earliest days of the Parsi migrations are pretty scarce, apart from the later Kisans and oral tradition, there are references from travelers that corroborate their early presence. In the 11th century, the Arab traveler Al-Biruni mentioned the land of Hind, having people of the Maghian religion, likely alluding to the Parsis in western India. Much later, in 1322, the Christian monk Jordanus encountered fire worshippers on the island of Thane near Mumbai, which were probably Parsis too. These instances indicate that by the late Middle Ages, India had become the chief sanctuary of the Zoroastrians. Indeed, today the largest Zoroastrian population in the world is in India, thanks to these early refugees and their descendants. But one fascinating aspect of the Indo-Persian Zoroastrian connection is that the scattered Zoroastrians did not entirely lose contact with each other. From the 15th century onwards, there are letters, known as Vilayats, exchanged between the Parsis of India and the dwindling Zoroastrians of Yazd and Kerman in Iran. In these correspondences, the Parsis often asked their Iranian co-religionists for advice on ritual practices and calendrical calculation, implicitly acknowledging Iran as the original source of authority. The Iranian Zoroastrians, flattered and heartened their faith lived on abroad, responded with detailed answers, and occasionally even dispatched priests or texts to India. And these letters point to one picture. The once major religion surviving in two marginal refuges, separated by the Arabian Sea, each encouraging each other to hold fast to the Mahdian religion in Mazdayasna. One could say that the aftermath of the fall of Zoroastrianism is a diaspora that ensured the faith itself did not completely perish. Stripped of their empire and power, the Zoroastrians reinvented themselves as a minority religion of traders and migrants in India, and as tenacious underground traditions in Iran. The Parsis went on to prosper with the subsequent Indian dynasties and later British colonial rule. By the 19th century, they were an affluent, educated community, producing notable figures in industry and philanthropy, thus arguably sweetening their homelands with that legend promised. Meanwhile, the impoverished Zoroastrians in Iran received aid from their Indian cousins, and gradually they improved a lot in the 19th to 20th century, especially after the Islamic restrictions began to ease off a little bit. And so we arrive at the conclusion. The fall of the known as Zoroastrianism from imperial dominance and their obscurity is quite a complex historical phenomenon. As we will see, it was not a simple case of one religion supplanting another overnight. It involved complicated conquest, social transformation, and the agency of Zoroastrians themselves, choosing whether to resist, convert, flee. Primary sources vividly illustrate this progression. Early Arab historians like Tabari and Baladuri recount clashes and negotiations that determined the fate of the fire worshippers. Treaties where fire temples were spared or destroyed. Debates over whether Mahdians counted as people of the book or just pagans, and influences of both clemency and cruelty. Zoroastrian sources, though few, express the anguish of a people who saw their sacred fires quenched and their scriptures endangered. The Zandi Wahman Yasin, Alaudi apocalyptic text, likely compiled after the conquest, prophesizing in thinly veiled terms the coming of a devastating foreign rule. The serenity would come to those who were on the faith. The fire temples will be ruined, and the righteous will be scattered. Passages, albeit couched in symbolic language, they mirror the real experiences that we have traced today. Geographically, we went a place, didn't we? We went beyond Persia, to India, Central Asia, showing that the end of the Zoroastrian dominance in Iran was not the end of the Zoroastrians. In Central Asia, the religion flickered out in similar pressures as the Tang Chinese edict of 845 shows the far east of the Iranian world their diaspora. In India, conversely, Zoroastrianism found a new life, demonstrating a remarkable adaptability, separated from the Sasanian state and the social hierarchy of priests and nobles. Ordinary Zoroastrians managed to transplant their faith to foreign soil, keeping it alive through oral tradition and communal effort. From a critical perspective, we should avoid painting the fall of Zoroastrianism as a holistic decline and fall in terms of excessive romantic bias. Some early nationalist histories in Iran portray it as a titanic clash of good Persia versus evil Arabia, but the reality is more nuanced than that. Swallowing atrocities, forced conversion in some instances, and also periods of coexistence and cultural exchange. Persian language and culture ultimately survived the Islamic conquest. Iran never became Arabized like some other regions did. And ultimately, elements of Zoroastrian ethical philosophy filtered into the emerging Arab-Persian literature. The best of it was like Nomos, the Persian India of Zoroastrian roots, continued to be celebrated by Iranians of all faiths, a testament to how deeply ingrained the old tradition really was, surviving even in the change of official religion. In Central Asia, too, you'll find many pre-Islamic traditions persisting under new guises. And so we're counting the final chapter of the days of Zoroastrianism's prominence. We rely on many eyewitness and contemporary accounts, the mournful reflections of Nusruddin, the practical observations of Nashaki, the travel times of Marco Polo, and the community law of the Kisaki Sandan, among others. These sources animate the historical analysis, allows us to paint a picture that scenes of Zoroastrian Dastur bargaining with the Indian Raja, or really be familiar during the fame in a Muhammad shrine, while a new face we can erect strangling around the road. The fall of Zoroastrianism was centuries-long saga, a story of decline, but also one of survival against the odds. By around the year 1000, Zoroastrianism had effectively fallen from its high estate. Yet its aftermath is a story of cultural resistance, illuminating how faith communities respond to existential challenges. Today, though small in number, Zoroastrians continue to practice their religion in Iran, India, and in diaspora communities all over the world, proudly maintaining human tools and tenets that once guided kings and empires. In a sense, this fall of Zoroastrianism is a state religion, and how it derives in a new form, a real diasporic faith, cherished for its historical significance and philosophical depth. The enduring flame of fire temples of Yazd in Mumbai, and the very celebration of spring for the goods across Central and South Asia, are the living legacies on journey throughout Zoroastrian history. And so in conclusion, the fall was a transformative epic that reshaped the religious map of Eurasia. By focusing on first-hand narratives today, we gain intimate insights on how the people of the time perceived these upheavals, whether as conquerors enforcing a new world order, or as faithful souls witnessing the end of their world, striving to kindle a new future somewhere else. And as any good lecture must conclude, the story of the fall is not merely about an ancient religion's decline, but it's about the endurance of human belief and identity in the face of overwhelming change. And so as the flame of Ahura Mazda, though dim, was never fully extinguished, it survived in its glowing embers, carried by devoted hands across the sea in generations. Who knows? Perhaps one of the listeners will be the one to light it again into a raging fire. And with that, we reach the end of our talk for today. I hope that you have enjoyed it. We certainly learned a lot, didn't we? Then wrote to thank top tier patrons, Doc, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Amber, Cameron, Leviticus, Terry, Darlene, Lynn, Tatiana, Nicholas,
Just a fucking dog barking all the fuck.
What time is it?